I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm going to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
And then I just look to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, what's up?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Good morning. Good. That is some blood pumping music, isn't it? I love that music. I changed the intro up a little bit, but I had to keep the music. It's it gets the blood flowing in the mornings. It's like our fight song. It's like we're ready to take on the justice system when that music starts playing. Good morning. Good morning. I will go ahead and warn y'all. I have had very little sleep. I stayed up working on Karen Reed stuff for the podcast. I did not even finish it. So I finished the research part. I've got to actually write and record it when we finish here today. But having said that, my eyeballs from staring at a screen for, I don't even know how many hours yesterday, are not working. Like they're not functioning at full capacity. So I will probably miss a lot of comments and stuff today, and I'm going to apologize in advance. When I work this much and I don't sleep, my eyes get bad. So if I miss your stuff, I'm going to go ahead and apologize. I'm so sorry, but my eyeballs are a little bit tired this morning. Happy Tuesday, right? Isn't it Tuesday? Yeah, I think. Happy Tuesday. Kelly P, thank you so much. Okay, so when I got out of the shower, I did like this sock thing, because I mean, who has time to do anything else on Mondays, Tuesdays, or Wednesdays, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, because it's podcast day. So I did this sock thing, and you like wrap your hair around a sock when it's drying. So then it gave me curls. Go figure. Go figure. I'm excited about it. 80s Music Man, I may have bad vision this morning because I've worked too much, but I will tell you, I can still see you sneaking in. Just barely though. Like just barely. It is Tuesday. It is a day. I'm really excited about today. I am excited for a few reasons, actually. I have, Children of Darkness and Light, great Twitter post this morning about the trajectory of the car in Reed. Thank you very much. That's part of what I stayed up working so late on, which is also part of what I'm excited about for today. Normally, I try to have the podcast episodes ready on Tuesday mornings. Last week, it ended up being early Wednesday morning. It will probably end up being early Wednesday morning again this week. But we'll get it. But I have done a lot of stuff for it, a lot of graphics for it, going through stuff, and I have gone through the Commonwealth's case, like their most recent filing, and the defense, and I am trying to show, like trying to go through the motions, and chart it out on both sides to see what side makes the most sense or what holes we can find in each side or whatever. So it's so much work, but it's really interesting to look at. I can give y'all a little preview, actually. Hold on, let me share my screen. I'll give y'all a little preview of what's gonna What's going to be coming? Let's see. Good morning to those of y'all still coming in. I can see a little bit, but my eyeballs are not functioning at full capacity. All right, so let me share this. All right, so this is part of some of the stuff that I'm going to put. I'll put it all on the website for this next episode. But going through the timeline, you can see like waterfalls on the side and CF McCarthy's on the side, and like the times of everything that happened. And these are the times that she had like the different drinks and what she supposedly had. And then I made a note down here. They were left out of all reports until later. Like nobody mentioned them being there until they spoke to people later on. And then everybody gets to Waterfall. This is everybody at Waterfall. I'm not going to go through it all. This is just kind of like a preview of what's to come. And then, oh, this picture is not showing for some reason. And then the timestamps for when they leave Waterfall, the messages and calls and stuff, that when they're caught on security footage, when the car pings and all that stuff. Oh, what happened to this? This is, some of my pictures aren't showing up on here for some reason. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. All right. This is what it was. I don't know why it's not showing up now, but we'll just go with it. But this is like the most crucial part of the timeline, because this is the time that that Karen's car was actually in front of the house. So based on the data, the arrival is sometime between 12:19 and 12:24. It says that his John's phone pings in the neighborhood at 12:19. So I know that he didn't arrive at 12:19. He's in the neighborhood at 12:19. It says on Waze data, 12:24 was the time of arrival, but there are, there are, that's the, okay. It, between all the data, everything points to like kind of narrows it down to like that time. It's within like a minute or two around that, basically, without going into all the millions of different things. There's a lot of like the testimony from Ryan Nagel said it was like 12:15, and then there were like Jen McCabe. Lord knows what Jen McCabe says. She says a lot of things, but so there's a lot of different times. But based on data, because data doesn't lie, when you put it all together, everything shows around 12:24, give or take a minute or two. But the interesting thing is, and this is the hard part that I'm having with the states or Commonwealth's version of events. The step data shows that when he arrived at the house, John took 80 steps, which is 200, but based on his stride length on Apple data, is about 288 feet. And it's 60 feet, 62 feet from the where they were supposedly parked at the edge of the property to the front door, 62 feet. So that data is interesting because I pulled up like the dimensions for the car and stuff. Like he would have had to have run 5 or like walked or whatever, 5 laps, more than 5 laps around the car in order to equal all of those steps. So that doesn't make sense. So it's one of those things that like is, you know, a big question. And then there's no steps right here. Then he has 36 more steps. And then that's the last recorded steps until morning time, right when he's found. which is a whole nother thing I'll get to in the podcast. And the latest possible time based on her voicemail that she could have left was 12:35, based on a voicemail that she left when she was at home. But the thing is, when Ryan Nagel pulls off, he says that he sees Karen in the car. He doesn't see anybody else with her, and the interior light is on. So, you would expect if there's somebody in the passenger seat, the interior light's on, he can see straight in there. He sees even the position she's sitting in, but he doesn't see anybody else. So, interesting stuff. Lady in Gray, thank you so much. Brandi is bringing it on Twitter. Yeah. She has some people on the defensive. Y'all should bring the love. You know what? I thank you so much. I appreciate that. I really do. Yeah, my Twitter's been off the chain lately, but look, Coffin Dapper is, because nobody takes her, opinions very seriously, because she's proven so many times she talks in absolutes without actual facts. So because she's hating on me so much right now, it's actually really helped me. There's been a lot more views on everything lately. Our sub count has gone up. My following, followers on Twitter jumped up. The podcast downloads jumped up. So with her saying all this stuff about how, I'm a bad podcaster, which is funny because she says that she's never listened to my podcast, but that I'm a bad podcaster. And she said she's never heard of me, which is false. And I could go into the explanation as to why, but whatever. She said she's never heard of me, but then says that I have a viewed understanding of the case or whatever. So she talks out of both sides of her, whatever she talks out of. But it's actually, I can tell you, when they start coming after me this hard, it means I'm asking the right questions. Because my thing is, I am not saying that I know what happened. I am walking through all of the evidence and asking questions that don't make sense and finding holes in whatever side. And there are some holes that I find in the defensive side too. And I'm going to point those out in the, in the podcast. This isn't just, this isn't just one-sided. This is me looking at everything and asking questions, which, if you have a problem with that, then you're part of the problem. So they can take a seat. Yeah, she said that I'm coming after her the same way Turtle Boy did. Oh, Lord bless her. All right. So thank you though, Lady in Gray. I appreciate it. Amanda Davis says, my favorite was her saying that you need to read the docs. Who is she even talking to? Right? She literally got information about from the documents wrong. And then she was telling me to read them. I was like, do you even let me show you my spreadsheets. So funny. So funny. It's kind of scary that she isn't looking at the case objectively. This is exactly what I tried to tell her. And look, we have mutual friends. Well, I have friends that work with her. I wouldn't say mutual friends. I have friends that work with her and tolerate her. So I have tried to be very respectful because of that. I also have friends who are literally battle it out with her, which, whatever. But I haven't gotten involved either way. But because of that, I have just stayed out of it all or whatever. But all the stuff that she's posting that's wrong, and she keeps saying all this, and she's posting in absolutes. She's Karen Reed is evil and all this. And and I'm okay, I'm not saying at this point, I'm still walking through the evidence in the podcast. So at this point, I haven't said what I think as far as guilt or innocence. All I've done is point out doubt and, holes in what I see and problems with the investigation and things like that. That's all I've done. But I was trying to say I really think before you keep posting in absolutes like this, you should, you should read up on this more. You should take a look at this more, because people keep correcting her on all of her wrong information. And then she's like, see my former tweets. Okay, we saw your former tweets. That's why we're telling you, like, maybe you want to take another look at this before you embarrass yourself, And then she said, like, I'm, coming after her the same way Turtle Boy did. And I'm, a troll, and I'm attacking her. And I'm like, oh, Lord help her. But anybody that disagrees with her, she hides their comments and blocks. So, I mean, I tried. Everybody's like you're talking to a brick wall. But it's crazy how much my DMs blew up. Like, oh my God, me too. Like it was like a whole separate, like, Oh, she said I was trying to build my brand off of her. Oh, God bless her. The last thing I want. Look, I build my brand off of credibility and fact checking. So the last thing that I would want to build my brand off of is her. But she can keep on coughing daffing, and I'll keep on charting, and we'll go on our merry little ways. But she's something else, y'all. All right, so this is the crucial time. So I don't know why the picture's not showing up on there. Oh, and then this is just showing, like, this is the 60 feet or whatever. This is the trajectory stuff. So according to the Commonwealth, they said the crash reconstructionist opined that the defendant's vehicle traveled in reverse for approximately 62 feet before striking the victim at a possible impact speed of 24.2 miles per hour. 24.2 miles per hour in reverse in the snow with nobody seeing it and everybody just seeing you parked is interesting. It's also interesting that it was like, she did a 3-point turn and hit him and killed him. And now it's like, oh, well, she didn't do a 3-point turn, because all evidence goes against that. And so do the witness statements. So instead, she hit him going 62 feet back. But see, the problem is, like, all of the statements, every single statement says that she stopped like right here and then pulled further on down, like towards the edge of the property. So if she was down here, she went 62 feet, he would have ended up here and not here. For him to end up here, she would have had to pull in front of the neighbor's house and then back up and hit, like, literally, like, pull forward and then, like, slam it to hit him. I mean, it just, it's not, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Lindsay Hendricks, y'all should have a document showdown of sorts and see who can gather the most court documents. Something about her. Look, y'all want to see my court documents? Let me show you something. Let me show you what I have. This is just an example of my court documents. They are this is, I don't know if you can see that because it's really small. This is all of my, look at all of these. These are the links that I have them saved in my Google Drive. This is all of my court documents and what they are. Every single one of these. Every single one of these. Plus extras that aren't court documents, like Lexus papers, like a PDF on Lexus papers and how the Lexus Infotainment Center works. Crime scene pictures, Michael Lank info, which is a whole nother, that'll be a whole nother episode. Like information about Colin and, his records and stuff. The chief of Canton Police contract. I mean, like, I can tell y'all, hey, Blair, I caught most of your stuff last night, but I have to catch the rest on replay. But I saw you. But I can tell you, like, there would be no document showdown because Coffin Daffer doesn't fact check. She doesn't care about truth, which is what I told her she has an agenda for. Like, I hope that at some point she realizes how dangerous it is to try to gather a mob to convict somebody when there's so much reasonable doubt, and how irresponsible it is to use her platform for that. And also why nobody takes her seriously because she does shit like that. Let's be honest. So this is the trajectory stuff. It just doesn't make much sense based on, what they said. Oh, well, I'm not done with that one yet. So there was this one other thing too. Here, I'll show you this one before we move on. The timestamps. Some of my pictures aren't showing up on this, and I don't know why. Some of the timestamps are like the Canton Library timestamp. It's the 2 minutes that are missing. The two. Normally I don't I won't talk about people, but like all the stuff she said about me and trying to destroy my credibility, like gloves are off. Coffin blocker. So the 2 minutes, the exact time that Karen Reed would have been driving back by the Canton Library, that would have shown if her taillight was messed up on the way home. It would have shown if it was broken or mysteriously missing. It's stuff like that. Like, that's the stuff that I have spent all of this time, trying to go over and, question. You got to question everything. You got to question everything. That's part of being responsible with all of this mess. In this case it is such a mess. It's such a mess. Yeah, she can't be ignored. She can't be ignored because she runs her mouth so much. It's like, bleh. Oh, see, look, 2 hours of sleep and you get honest Brandi. 2 hours of sleep and trolled for days by Coffin Daffer, you get honest Brandi. Lord bless her. All right, so that will be out on the next episode, and I'm going to record it as soon as we finish here today. So, and my voice will probably be all scratchy and weird how it is now. So when y'all hear it, y'all be like, yeah, like she's not like on a whiskey bender. She's like, sleep deprived. Oh yeah, I guess like she's mad because like my response to her, like I guess a couple of them got shared a lot, and she hid my response. So then and somebody said she hid it, so I screenshot it and sent it to him, and like it's like all over Facebook and Twitter now. So she shouldn't hide stuff. The only comments I hide are like really rude ones that would be offensive to other people. Like if you disagree with me, I'm not going to hide it. People are allowed to have their opinions, but that's not how we all work. That's not how we all work. Lindsay Hendricks says, did you get a new watch? I'm digging it. So I've had it, but I don't wear it on here because I realized that like when I'm like doing like this, you can read my text on here. And so I've stopped wearing it while plus, and it'll tell me like, hey, heifer, you need to calm down. It'll tell me like my blood pressure's, going up and stuff. And like, it'll be like, you might need to take a moment to breathe and relax. And so, yeah, so I stopped wearing it on here, but it's all right. All right. So on the agenda for today, we are going to watch the, Lucy's growling at seagulls. We are going to watch the testimony from, because remember the Dan Markel trial starts. I'm doing my cheerleader clap. I'm like going back to my cheerleader days, like tired Brandi. we are going to watch the testimony from Catherine and from Luis Rivera. So I called the court clerk yesterday, and I can't go for jury stuff. So I think what I'm going to do, I think I'm going to go to the first day of trial for opening statements and stuff like that. So what we'll do is the day that trial starts, I won't stream during the day. I'll do a stream maybe that night when I get back, and then we can kind of talk about everything I saw, and then maybe we'll stream like just a short one, depending on how tired I am and what time it is. But I think what I'm going to do is I'll go the first day. I want to take a bunch of notes about like what it's like in there, what I see, who's, doing what. I want to see the jury. I want to see all that insider stuff. This is a big trial, and it's so close to me. I just can't not go. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go the first day, and then we might just stream the first day, like the day after, and then just kind of skip breaks and stuff and catch up. But we'll see when it gets there, kind of play it by ear how it goes. But I think I'm going to go for the opening statements. And then as far as I know, I can live tweet from there, which I will be doing. Because I was looking in there, there's no rules as of now that are listed on the stuff about not being able to have electronics or anything like that. It's you can't record stuff and all that, typical stuff, but there's nothing about not having electronics. So I should be able to live tweet, which I will be doing as long as, nothing changes and it's allowed. But so if y'all don't follow me on Twitter, then oh, this is perfect. Shireen, for those of you who aren't on Twitter, Shireen says she will open a Facebook chat to share the live tweets in, or even just put them in the Facebook group. If y'all are in the Facebook group, if Shireen can post them in the Facebook group, as I'm tweeting or whatever, then that way y'all can get the updates on those. So, but I think that is the plan for now. So today we are going to watch the testimony from the previous trial of Luis and of Catherine. And basically, Catherine is pretty much it wasn't me. I had nothing to do with it. I'm innocent. And Luis is, of course, the one who they gave that sweet deal to. So, so that's going to be our day. So it's not going to be a real long day, but I want to watch this stuff because I think it's going to be it's interesting. Plus, it kind of gives you an idea of part of what to expect at the trial. Okay, so who do you want to? Let's do a poll. Which one do you want to do first? Start a poll. Start a poll. Who first? Rivera or Catherine? I'll give you all a second to vote. I had to get Dunkin' again this morning with an extra shot. Second day in a row. I think I'm getting hooked on it. I live off of granola bars, grits, and caffeine, and dry shampoo, and adrenaline. I did not steal it from my son this time. My son he's actually in Ohio right now. He went to Ohio yesterday to visit my brother. So he's up there. He called me this morning and lost his phone. He's blaming my nieces and my nephew. He's like, I was gone for 2 minutes. 2 minutes. And I walked downstairs and they've done something on my phone. So I had to hit the find my iPhone thing and let it make the noise so that he could find his phone because they were messing with it. All right, so it looks like it's 62% says Rivera, so that's what we will do. Oh, you just confused everybody that wasn't here that day. Okay, yeah, I'm not like actually, I don't like actually steal my son's coffee. What had happened was, my son lives in the same condo, like complex that I do, but he's like one building over and 2 floors down. So we share, he uses my DoorDash account, and so he'll just change the condo number. And I didn't realize he had ordered something. And so when I ordered I DoorDashed coffee in the morning because I didn't have time to go get anything and I was out or whatever. And I DoorDashed it, and I kept waiting for it. And then I looked and I realized it went to his condo. So I went over there to the next building, and it was sitting in front of the door, and so I went and grabbed it. And this lady came out of, nowhere, the hall monitor, and was fussing at me for stealing somebody else's DoorDash. And I was like, no, it's okay. This is mine. But she was like, okay, well, if it's yours, why are you getting it and taking it somewhere else? And then I was trying to tell her it's my kids. And so and then there were also, that was the morning of the Tiki Hut. It was a big Monday morning mess. So I don't actually steal my son's coffee, although I should, because he raids my pantry and stuff all the time. I don't think that child has bought toilet paper since he moved out on his own. He just comes and steals, stuff like that, stuff that kids don't think about having to buy when they're younger. He just comes and steals all that stuff from me, because I think he still does my spices. He probably wouldn't even know where the spice aisle is in the grocery store. He just comes and just takes whatever he wants out of, but you know what? At least he can cook. So take the spices, kid. Oops. I almost timed somebody out. Sorry if I did that on purpose. Nope, I didn't. Okay. Thought I just messed that up. We have a new member, Jolie. Happy days. Welcome. Glad to have you. I didn't turn my sound effects on, did I? Hold on. I have a sound effect for that. Oh, it's not coming up. So maybe I don't wait. Oh, wait.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Yes. Sound effects. I appreciate it. I am glad to have you. You live here now. This is where you live. You'll report here every day for jury duty. This is just where we live. Some people even camp out overnight now. That's a thing now. But we're glad to have you. Oh, let's see. Garcia was on trial, not Rivera. They both tested. Rivera got the deal for testifying. Did I say it backwards? Rivera's the one that got the sweet deal. So we're going to listen to him testify. I may have said it backwards. I'm tired. All right, let me get this pulled up. Let me share my screen. All right, here we go.
Everybody be seated, please. Second A.
This is,
Can you read me
here, I'll pin it. Luis Rivera.
Sorry. Actually, you know what? I'm fine, Madam Corporal. Thank you. I apologize. I remember where I am. May I proceed, Judge?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera, you were charged with first-degree murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the government had sought to ask a jury to put you to death, correct?
Yes, sir.
Seeking the death penalty, right?
Yes, sir.
And were you aware that one of the aggravators that a jury can consider in determining the death penalty is gang affiliation?
Repeat that question,
Sure,
please.
no problem. Were you aware that one of the aggravating factors that a jury can consider in determining whether or not they're going to choose life or death is whether or not someone has gang affiliation. Did your lawyers discuss that with you?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. But as a result of your negotiated plea, you received a charge of second-degree murder, not first-degree murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And obviously, your exposure to the death penalty was no longer something you had to be concerned about with regards to this prosecution, correct?
Yes, sir.
Judge, at this point, I'll tender the witness with the right to recall Mr. Rivera.
McMillan.
I put it on 1.25 because Lord knows they talk slow.
What's that?
If I may set up the call.
Sure.
Hello, those of you joining us.
Mr. Rivera, you've known Sigfredo Garcia since you guys were kids, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I believe you said on direct examination yesterday you've known him since you were 5 to 6 years old. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
You went to the same school as Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What school was that?
Basic Elementary. Basic Elementary.
And then did you end up going to, is it high school that comes next?
No, middle school.
Middle school? I didn't go to school here, so I don't know. So middle school, and you completed middle school?
No.
When did you drop out of school?
I was on and off school. I was going to JMI Opportunity School.
Okay, so you went to the JMI Opportunity School, and what grade did you complete there?
I think I was in the 6th grade over there.
Okay. You also, after, were able to complete a certificate at Turner Tech in Miami, correct?
Turner Tech, no.
It wasn't Turner Tech? What was it?
Out of Miami.
What did you get your certificate in so that you could work at Coastal Masonry?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, it's Turner Tech, right?
Yeah,
I got that right.
Yes, ma'am.
So you are,
Slide forward just a little bit, please, Mr. Rivera.
so you are also able to go to a secondary institution and obtain a certificate.
Hold on, this isn't. Hold on. I think I hit the wrong one because this is cross-examination. Hold on, let me get to my, let's see, my watch later. I saved them all. All right, here we go. All right, sorry, hit the wrong one. This is the prosecution.
Years.
All right, but what charge did you plead to?
Second-degree murder.
All right, 19 years in prison?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're serving that concurrent with your federal sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
How long is the federal sentence?
12 and a half.
All right. And what did you have to do in exchange for your 19-year sentence in this case?
Cooperate.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know, there's somebody paying for football.
Lucy's barking at, or growling at seagulls.
And Mr. Rivera, if you could pull up just a little bit closer.
I have the windows open, so she likes the fresh air out over there.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, say something more.
All right, Mr. Rivera, you said that you had to cooperate in exchange for the testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what does cooperate mean to you?
Say nothing but the truth.
Has anybody told you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Anybody tried to tell you what the truth is?
No, ma'am.
Anybody tried to tell you any particular fact you need to include in your testimony in order to get?
Not at all.
Okay, in order to get anything?
No, ma'am.
Any benefit?
No, ma'am.
Did I ever have any private meetings with you before you decided to cooperate with law enforcement?
Not at all.
Did you have an attorney to represent you through the process where you cooperated and entered a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did your lawyers ever tell you what you needed to say to get a deal?
No, ma'am.
Were you ever told that you had to implicate a specific person in order to get cooperation in this case?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than what we just discussed, the 19 years concurrent with the federal sentence?
No, ma'am.
Have you been promised anything on your federal case in exchange for your testimony here today?
Not at all.
Okay, so keep in mind too, the time that he was given the 19, see, this is exactly what I was talking about. Hi, Objection K. Hey, Brandi, new sub here. Caught the squabble with JC on X. Good for you for barking back. I'm deep diving your conspiracy in Canton now. See what I mean? Like, people are so like, her credibility is so shot that people are literally starting to listen to the podcast now because they're like, well, if Coffin Dapper hates it, then it must be, you know, it must be something. That's funny. Welcome. I'm glad to have you here. I wanted to remind y'all this deal that he got was 19 years, but keep in mind he was already serving 12. So all it basically he got 7 years, and it's running concurrent. So he just basically got 7 years added. So his plea deal is basically 7 years.
Were you already serving a sentence on the federal case when law enforcement first came to talk to you about this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And you also have pending violations of probation out of Miami, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
For possession of a firearm by a convicted felon?
Yes, ma'am.
So you have not yet been sentenced on that?
Not at all.
And is that up to a potential 15 additional years in prison?
I believe so.
And also a possession of cocaine with intent to sell, do you have that open as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that another additional 15 years of prison that you could potentially face once you're done with all of this?
Probably.
All right. And have you been promised anything in reference to those other charges out of Miami?
Not at all.
Where were you living back in 2014?
I was in Miami. I was living with Jessica.
All right. And was Jessica at 135th Street? 135th Street in North Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
That sound right? Do you know Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know Sigfredo Garcia?
Childhood, we grew up together.
And when you say that, was it like since you were what age?
Like 5, 6, around there.
Okay. Were your families close to each other?
They know each other.
Did you grow up in the same neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
Go to the same schools?
Yes, ma'am.
Run with the same crowd?
Yes, ma'am.
Does Mr. Garcia have any nicknames?
Just Tuto.
Tuto? What, have you ever heard the term Tuto Dade?
Tuto Dade?
Yeah.
Nah.
What about, let me ask you, like back around the time that this crime occurred, 2014, how often did you hang out with Mr. Garcia during that time frame?
We hang out pretty close every day.
All right. And you mentioned a Jessica. Who's that?
That's my ex-baby mama. Well, my baby mama.
She's the mother of your children?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that's who you were living with around the time of this homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
What about Catherine Magbanoa? Do you know her?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know her?
Garcia's wife.
All right. And is he legally married to her?
That I knew, yeah.
You thought he was?
Yeah, I thought he was.
Okay. And do they have children together?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And does she go by any nicknames?
Just Katie.
Katie?
Yeah, we just call her Katie.
All right. And was Catherine Magbanoa somebody around, and I'm referring to the time leading up to this homicide, say 6 months leading up to the homicide. Is that somebody that you would talk to on the phone?
No,
Catherine Magbanoa?
Like speak to her?
Yes.
No.
Would you see her socially?
I'll see her because I got to see Aunt Garcia.
So when you saw her, would she always be with Garcia? Or did you have a separate relationship with her?
No, she would be with Garcia. I never had no.
Okay. I guess I'm just trying to establish, did you have a friendship with her independent of knowing Garcia, or was she just Garcia's woman to you?
That was Garcia's woman.
Okay. How much time would you say you spent around the two of them socially, them like as a couple?
I mean, I was around Garcia, but you know, everybody do their own thing.
Okay. Would you say you saw them socially more than 10 times in your life?
Yeah, of course.
Was the nature of Magbanoa and Garcia's relationship such that they were always together, steady, or did they tend to break up and get back together?
They're on and off.
Do you know what their status was of their relationship at the time that Dan Markel was killed?
I don't think I knew that she was dating the dentist. That's about it.
You did not know she was dating the dentist?
No, she was dating.
You did. Okay, so they were kind of off at that time.
Yeah, they were off.
All right. I want to show you some
That's
photographs,
the
which I've marked as states 45 and 46. Ask if you recognize them.
Oh my gosh, the kangaroos.
Yes,
How do you recognize states 45 and 46?
I think we were going out to the club that day.
Prison escapees.
Are these photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Who are they photographs of? Let's start with 45, this one.
Me, Jessica, Duto, and Katie.
All right, and are these fair and accurate photographs of the four of you?
Yeah.
Is this a photograph taken when the four of y'all were hanging out socially?
Yep.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce an evidence states exhibit 45.
Any objection?
None from Garcia.
All right, it'll be admitted.
Only objection, Judge, is there's no time frame that's been established for that photograph.
You have an idea when these were taken, Mr. Rivera? Do you have any time idea when these photos were shown?
I can't remember. I can't remember.
Sometime prior to the homicide that we're here about?
Shit. No, I don't think so.
You think it could have been after?
Probably after.
Okay.
Objection?
I'll just rest my objection on that, Your Honor. He said he doesn't know when that picture was.
I'll overrule the objection and admit State's Exhibit 45.
And State's Exhibit 46, what is that a photo of?
Me and Garcia?
All right, and do you know when that photo was taken?
No, not really.
Okay, is that the two of y'all hanging out together socially?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and are the two of you, I guess if you know, what is your height and Mr. Garcia's height?
I'm 5'4". He's like 6'1".
You're 5'4" and he's 6'1"?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that demonstrated in that photo?
Yeah,
Is that fair and accurate depiction of the difference in y'all's height?
of course. He just, I'm leaning down a little bit, but he's tall.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce an evidence State's 46.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge. He indicated he wasn't sure when that photograph was taken. He also indicated,
You have a legal objection. State your legal objection, please. All right. I'll overrule the objection, admit State's Exhibit 46. You may.
All right, Mr. Rivera, who's this on the far left?
Garcia? Katie?
Catherine Mandel?
Yes, ma'am.
What about this one?
Jessica?
Jessica Rivera?
No, Rodriguez.
Rodriguez, I'm sorry. Is that your child's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
This person?
Me.
State's Exhibit 46, who's that?
That's me and Garcia.
Hey, Heather.
Was there a time when Mr. Garcia approached you about coming to Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was that?
2014.
Okay. Do you know how long before the homicide it was that Mr. Garcia first approached you about coming to Tallahassee?
A few months.
All right. And what did Mr. Garcia say when he approached you about coming to Tallahassee?
He just said, I got a job. He gave me a job I got to go do.
He said he had a job?
Yes, ma'am.
And the job was in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he ask you to come with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ask any questions about what the nature of the job was, why you needed to go all the way to Tallahassee or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
This is my best friend and I trust him.
So you were automatically in to do whatever it was he wanted you to do?
Whatever you want to do over the road.
All right. Was money discussed as far as how you'd be compensated for this job?
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
He was going to give me some money. He said, take a ride with me up to Tallahassee and I'll give you some money.
Did he say how much?
At that moment, yeah, he did. 35.
All right. 35 what?
35,000.
You were going to get $35,000 for this job?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you have another conversation in the car on the way to Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
How many trips did you make to Tallahassee?
Like twice.
All right. And were both trips with Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Was anybody else in the car on either of those trips?
Not at all.
All right. Tell us about the conversation on the way to Tallahassee. Was this the first trip or the second trip?
This, the first trip.
All right. Tell us about that.
We were just taking a ride up there. My concern, I thought we were going to go rob him. So,
Say that again.
and my concern, I thought we were going to go rob him.
You thought you were coming to Tallahassee to do a robbery?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you assume that or did somebody tell you that?
No, I assumed I'm like, it was just a job.
All right. So you knew it was a job in Tallahassee and you assumed it was a robbery. Did you learn something additional about what it was on the way to Tallahassee?
Yeah, and the way coming up, like halfway there, he said we're going to have to kill the man.
You said you were going to have to kill the man?
Yeah.
And what was the second part of what you said?
For some kids.
For some kids. All right. Anything else? What did that mean to you? Kill the man for some kids?
That's for a lady. I guess the lady wanted her kids back.
All right. So is this Garcia telling you this?
Yeah.
Did he have any information about who it was you were coming to Tallahassee to kill?
If you had information for who we're coming to kill?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What information did he have?
He had a piece of paper.
And where was the piece of paper?
He had it in his hand at that moment.
Okay. Did you see the piece of paper? Did you see what was on it?
Yes, ma'am.
What was on it?
A picture of the guy what's his name?
Dan Markel?
Dan Markel.
The guy that y'all ended up killing?
Yes, ma'am.
Overruled.
Is that the person whose picture was on the paper?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And was there anything else on the paper other than a picture of Mr. Markel?
I think it was the address in it too.
Okay. And who was doing the driving on this first trip?
He was.
Okay. And during the time that he showed you this paper, was he behind the wheel of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you know where the paper was stored inside the car?
It was on the side of where you drive it by the door.
Okay. Who was responsible for getting the car to go on the first trip?
He did.
Mr. Garcia?
Yeah, he brought the car.
All right. So you didn't, or did you accompany him to rent the car for the first trip?
No, ma'am.
Do you know what your phone number was at the time of this homicide?
think it was like either 786. I think it was like 290.
No, your phone number.
My phone number?
Yeah.
Shit. And I had two phones.
If I say the phone number, would you be able to say that was correct or not?
Let me hear it, please.
305-570-8153.
Yeah.
That was one of your phone
That was
numbers?
one of my phone numbers.
And then I also have a 305-934-6615. Was that a phone number that belonged to you?
Yeah.
Okay. And was there one number in particular of those two that you took to Tallahassee?
I don't remember which one I took.
Did you definitely take one of them to Tallahassee?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to ask you about the first trip. Do you know the date that you came to Tallahassee on the first trip?
The date. I can't remember, but I can remember.
Okay. Does June 4th through June 5th sound correct?
Yeah, it was around June. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And that's of the year 2014, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So do you know, are you familiar with a traffic ticket that y'all got in the area of Gainesville on that first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 81. You recognize State's 81?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the traffic ticket that y'all received on this first trip to Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And this was in the car that was rented by Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Who got the ticket?
I got the ticket.
All right. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce an evidence of 81.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
What was the ticket for?
Speeding.
Okay. And so you were doing the driving, at least in the Gainesville area, is that right?
Yeah, we had switched for a minute, and he told me to drive.
All right. Do you know what time of day you arrived in Tallahassee on that first trip on June 4th?
In the morning, like around 5, 6 o'clock in the morning around there.
Okay. And would it refresh your memory to let you know the traffic ticket was received?
Let me see.
I'm going to draw your attention to
Hi,
the
Jackie D.
top right corner of this traffic ticket. Indicates that you received a ticket at 9:12 a.m. in Gainesville, Florida. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
It does?
Oh my gosh, my back. I'm sitting here so long yesterday.
When you came to Tallahassee that first time, did you have any guns with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what guns were in the car with you on that first trip?
We had two guns.
Okay.
238s.
238s?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did those guns come from?
One was his, one was mine.
One was whose?
Garcia's.
All right. And was that a gun that he acquired just for this trip or something he'd already had?
He already had it.
All right. What about the gun that was yours?
I bought it.
Where did you buy it?
In the corner.
On the corner, so it was an illegal gun purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
And was which one of these guns, if either of them, ended up being the murder weapon in this case?
The one that I brought.
The one that you purchased on the corner?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was before the first trip to Tallahassee?
That was first trip.
All right. So what was the purpose of the first trip?
We came home to scope them out.
Okay. Were you intending to commit the murder on the first trip?
I was supposed to, but we couldn't find them.
All right. So when y'all came to do the first trip, was any money exchanged?
Nah, he had money.
Who did?
Garcia.
How much money did he have?
He probably had, I think, from $2,000 to $5,000.
Between $2,000 and $5,000?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you know where he got the money from?
The money he got it from the people that hired him.
All right. And who was that? Did he tell you?
Nah, he didn't tell me that.
Okay. Did he give you any money on this first trip?
Excuse me?
Did he give you any money for this first
He gave me
trip?
a couple of $100.
Okay. How many nights did you stay in Tallahassee on that first trip? If you remember.
I said like 2 nights.
All
2 or
right.
3 nights.
Where did y'all stay?
In the hotel.
Okay. And did you interact with a man by the name of Shadrack Nobles in the hotel?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you came here to do the murder, but you couldn't find him. What did you mean by that?
We had followed him and we
Followed who?
Markel.
All right. Where'd you follow him to?
Followed him all the way to a daycare where we kept losing him.
Okay. Where did you follow him? When you say you followed him to the daycare, where did you start following him?
Like, we had stopped by a park and watched him come out of his house.
So you knew where his house was located?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know where Mr. Markel's house was?
Garcia pointed his house to me.
Okay. Was that something that was written on the paper?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you said you pulled into a park and
Hey,
waited
Nikki.
for him. Where was the park?
I was in the corner by a light.
Yeah, that's freaky. Hey, Nikki.
You recognize States 47?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a fair and accurate aerial map depicting where you parked that day waiting for Mr. Markel to follow him or scope him out?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce States 47.
Any objection? Be admitted. You may.
Mr. Rivera, does this bill out here indicate where you and Mr. Garcia waited?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and when you, have you already seen Mr.
Hi, Holly.
Markel's home before you parked here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and when he pulled out, did he pull out down this road right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, when you're talking about the light, are you talking about the intersection?
Yes.
All right, tell me where you followed him. If he came down this way, where did y'all go?
Pulled right behind him, and he went straight.
Straight down through this light?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that when you followed him to the area of the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and when you say you lost him, where and how did you lose him?
He had pulled him to the daycare. By the time we made a circle, I guess he had pulled down and left. So we kept losing him.
All right, and when you talk about following Mr. Markel to the daycare on this first trip, who was driving when you all followed him to the daycare?
Garcia.
All right. You mentioned going by Mr. Markel's residence. Can you tell the jury exactly what kind of scoping out y'all did of Mr. Markel's residence on this trip?
Just driving through to see if we see his car, to see if there's somebody in the house. But we never got to see his car.
Did you ever pull around behind the house or go anywhere besides other than driving right in front?
Yeah, we went around the house.
Okay. Did you get out of the car?
No, ma'am.
Did Mr. Garcia get out of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that.
He got off, went behind the house, tried to see if somebody was in the house.
Who was supposed to be the shooter on this first trip?
I was going to be the shooter.
It's so weird to just be talking about this like it's just normal.
Did you make a suggestion to change the plan from shooting to something else?
Yeah, if I know for the kids, I ain't going to shoot nobody in front of no kids.
All right. When you saw Mr. Markel on the first trip, did he have his kids with him?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Why didn't the murder get done on the first trip? Is it because
we lost him?
Okay. Did you ever observe Mr. Markel on the first trip where he was, I guess, separated from his children?
Excuse me?
Did you ever see him where he was in his car in his home and the kids were not around that first trip?
No, he always had his kids.
Did y'all discuss plans to, yes, y'all went back to Miami, correct? After the failed first trip. And was there any plans discussed about when to come back?
No, ma'am.
All right. What about between the two trips? Was there conversation about the homicide or coming back to Tallahassee?
Excuse me, what two trips? The two trips?
Between the two trips. Did y'all talk about when you're going to come back or?
No, when we left that first night, we left. We didn't talk about it.
You did or did not?
Did not.
Okay. How did it come about that y'all came back?
He ended up calling me, he said, you got to do the job. We got to finish that job.
Okay. And did y'all return to Tallahassee on July 16th, 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you get to Tallahassee that time?
We rented a car.
Who rented the car?
I did.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been introduced into evidence as States 82.
Hi, big girl. Hi, you want to come see Mama? Oh, you just want to treat your little pepper.
Yes, ma'am.
Does the rental agreement that you rented this car?
Yes, ma'am.
Good girl.
Yes, ma'am.
Whose phone number is up here?
You're so smart.
I remember.
786-372-5986.
You're so
I
smart.
can't remember.
Who went with you to rent the Prius?
It was me and Garcia. He waited for me in the corner. I went in, gave him $300. I rented the car.
Okay. Did you refer to Mr. Garcia as your brother?
Always.
Yeah, this is from the first trial. This is from the trial 4 years
Who
ago.
drove to Tallahassee in the green Prius?
I did.
Where did y'all stay in Tallahassee on the second trip?
Same hotel.
Okay, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 83. Recognize State's 83?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is that the receipt from, I think this one is, it shows an arrival date of July 16th. Is that your information?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of what you filled out to register in the hotel here in Tallahassee?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 83, which is accompanied by a certification or declaration of authenticity by the folks at the Budget Inn.
Budget in.
Yes, sir.
Is there objection?
This is on the July 16th, 2014. That's this one, correct?
My dog heard the word TREAT.
Be
She's
admitted.
sitting right next to mine. That's funny.
You
Now
mind?
you gotta give your dog one. Oops.
On July 16th, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is your name and address?
Yes, ma'am.
What about this phone number? There's another phone number on here. You know who that belongs to? Is that a real phone number?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
It's not a real phone number at all.
I want to talk about Thursday, July 17th. So you came, you spent the night at the Budget Inn, you woke up on Thursday, July 17th. What happened that day?
Woke up, took a ride to Markel's house. It's that Thursday morning. And went around the house. So we went around the house, we came back around, and we seen a lady walking through.
Mm-hmm. Where was the lady?
She was towards my right-hand side, towards his house. Markel's
Towards whose house? Towards Markel's house?
Mhm.
Okay. Was she in the street, on the sidewalk, or
Sidewalk.
something else? Okay. Did she have children with her?
Yes, ma'am, too.
All right. What happened when you saw this lady? Did she see you?
Yeah, she looked at the car. I was driving, and as I looked in my rear mirror, I seen her looking.
Mm-hmm.
So
What happened next?
I asked Garcia, what's up with this lady? What's she looking at the car? Yeah, that's that lady with the kids, man.
So you asked Garcia, hey, who's this lady that's looking at the car?
Yes, ma'am.
And he said, that's the lady with the kids.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
what did you take that to mean?
That's the lady that wanted the kids.
The lady that wanted you to do this job?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And were you worried about seeing her there?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you worried about her seeing you there?
Of course.
Were you concerned? Did you ever ask Garcia, who knows that I'm involved in this job with you?
I can't remember.
Can't remember that?
No.
Okay. What did you do once you see this lady and Garcia tells you that's the lady that wants this job done?
We drove off. We left.
Okay. Did Garcia make a phone call about seeing the lady?
I'm looking to the rear mirror, and I seen her making a phone call. I seen
Okay.
her get on the phone.
The lady that you saw on the sidewalk?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then y'all drove off?
We drove off.
Okay. And did Mr. Garcia, after seeing that and driving off, did he make any phone calls?
After we done bent like the corner, he
Mhm.
got on the phone.
All right. And who did he get on the phone with?
I believe he got on the phone with Katie,
How do you know it was Katie he got on the phone with?
because she, like, the way he was talking, it's only her. He only talks to her.
All right. And what do you mean the way he was talking? How are you able to tell?
Like, when he spoke to her, she like, y'all get out of there. The lady just seen you.
All right. And so y'all were worried about this lady having seen you?
Well, I was worried.
You were?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you able, you said that you believe Garcia called Katie. Could you actually hear her, or you could only hear his end of the conversation?
I'm hearing his end of the conversation right
All
now.
right. And tell us about his end of the conversation. What did you hear?
He's like, we just gotta go. Like, let's get out of here.
Okay. Did you learn anything about Mr. Markel planning to leave town?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
We had to get the job done because he was supposed to leave that Friday morning.
How did you know that?
Garcia told him.
And how did he know that?
Katie told him.
And when Katie told him that, was that something that happened while you were present, or something that he already knew before y'all arrived there?
No, I was present. I was in the car.
Okay. Did you post a picture on Instagram while y'all were in Tallahassee on that second trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell the jury about that?
It was a picture of an owl.
An owl like the bird?
Yeah.
Okay. And was that a photograph that you took here in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What happened after you posted this picture of an owl on Instagram?
Garcia came and told me, you need to take that shit down. Just like that.
Garcia told you that?
Yes, ma'am.
And who told him that?
I believe Katie.
You believe Katie, or
No,
you know Katie?
it's Katie. It's her.
Okay. So did Garcia get a phone call about the Instagram photo that you posted?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you present when he received that phone call?
I was outside. He came outside and told me.
He came outside and told you to take it down?
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, Ricky.
And did y'all have contact with that same gentleman that y'all saw the first trip, Shadrick Nobles? Did y'all see him on the second trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, John.
Right.
Jess.
Could you tell the jury about the circumstances of coming into contact with Mr. Nobles on the second trip?
Buying drugs?
All right. And was there an issue with your car as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell the jury about the issue with the car?
There was an issue in the car. I was driving, and Garcia pulled a gun out and shot a hole right through the car.
All right. What gun did he shoot the car with?
Oh, the homicide one. The 38.
The murder weapon.
The murder weapon.
The gun that you bought on the street corner.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I assume that was an accidental shooting of the car?
Yeah, it was an accident.
Where did this occur? Were y'all in the parking lot or somewhere else?
I was driving.
All right. Did it disable the vehicle?
Of course.
All right. So what did y'all do as a result of the vehicle being disabled? And this is the green Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Go ahead and tell us what y'all did.
Well, the car had stopped because he hit the gas line. So pushed it right to the side of the road, so like a little parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
He left with Cedric to the AutoZone and got a little piece of hose to come fix it up. It only took him like about 10 minutes to fix it.
So Garcia got a ride with Mr. Nobles?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And who fixed the car?
Garcia.
All right. Was he able to do that with whatever he bought at the auto parts store?
Of course.
And then it ran again after that?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Nobles assist y'all with getting a hotel room that second night in Tallahassee?
Yes.
All right. I want to talk about what happened on July 18th, 2014. Who was driving the green Prius that day?
I was.
Where did y'all go when you left the hotel?
To Markel's house.
All right. And was Mr. Markel, was his vehicle there?
That's that Friday.
Yes, sir.
His vehicle, we had pulled, but we passed by. We didn't see it, so we went to the corner, the same spot of that park. We posted up and waited for him to come around. So once I seen him, we followed him.
Where did you follow him?
All the way to the daycare.
All right. And did you see him drop his children off?
Following him to the daycare is creepy. Welcome to those of y'all coming in, joining us. This is, I'll put it on here and it's pinned, but just in case. This is the trial from 4 years ago. There was another trial after this, and then we have another trial starting Monday for the brother. I'll put the graphic back up there. So we're listening. This fella right here, Luis Rivera, was given a plea deal to, basically he's adding on 7 years to the 12 years he was already serving for other stuff, in exchange for him testifying against the others who were hired to kill Dan Marquel. Told y'all, I'm so used to reading it, I still will say his name wrong. So we're listening to him testify and tell all the sordid details about how it happened.
Off at the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you continue to follow him?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you follow him from the daycare?
To the gym.
All right. And are you still driving at this point?
I'm still driving.
And Mr. Garcia is the passenger?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you continue to use your cell phones once you got into the area of Premier Gym?
No, I think the cell phone was off. I can't remember.
Okay. You don't remember whether you turned your phone off or not?
Yeah, I can't remember if it was on or off.
Okay. Have you seen the Premier Gym video?
I've seen the gym.
And you saw the images of that green Prius circling around while Mr. Markel was working out in the gym?
Yeah.
And was that you in that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
I start hitting buttons.
What happened once Mr. Markel came out of the gym?
We followed him all the way back to his house.
And have you seen the images that were on the bus cameras?
Have I seen the images?
Yeah, the video from the bus cameras.
Yeah, I've seen them.
All right. And is that y'all both before and right after the murder of Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. On the way to the murder, I see only your car, the Prius, turning onto Benton Road. I do not see Mr. Markel's. Why is that?
We went the other. He went one way and went the other way.
And what do you mean by that? He turned before you or after you?
He turned before me.
Okay. So he turned to get to his house another way, and you turned on Benton.
Yes, the corner of his house.
Okay. That corner right there by the park?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so when you were approaching Mr. Markel's residence, was he coming from the other direction?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened once the two of y'all were headed toward each other?
He pulled in, and I pulled right behind him.
How close did you get up behind him?
Real close.
All right. And what was Mr. Markel doing when you pulled up behind him?
He was on the phone.
All right, still seated in the driver's seat of his vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened once you pulled into his driveway?
As soon as I pulled in, Garcia jumped off. Jumped out the car and went around. Not around, but in front of the car.
Mm-hmm.
Right behind his car and in front of the car I was driving. Went to the driver's side and shot him.
He shot Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times?
Twice.
Did you actually see Mr. Garcia shoot Mr. Markel?
Of course.
Were the shots close together?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe Mr. Garcia's shooting position? Like how he was holding the gun?
One hand.
All right. Was it raised up or was it like a normal arm, pretty straight shooting position?
Raised up, pretty straight.
Okay. And did Mr. Garcia, did you observe him touch anything did he have to go inside the garage to kill Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you see him touch anything inside the garage?
No, ma'am.
All right. And when he shot Mr. Markel, can you tell the jury anything about how close the gun was to Mr. Markel?
Pretty close.
Okay. Would you say inches, feet?
Just inches away.
All right. Did you see Mr. Garcia go inside the house at all?
Not at all.
Did he take anything from Mr.
No.
Markel other than his life?
No, ma'am.
What did y'all do once Mr. Garcia shot Mr. Markel?
Got in the car and left.
And who was driving?
Me.
All right. Which way did y'all go?
The same way we came in.
All right. Up Thomasville Road?
They by the corner of the park.
Okay. So you turned at the corner by the park?
Yeah.
And then did you turn at the light?
Yes. Made a right and just left.
All right. Did y'all get on the interstate and head back to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see the person in the courtroom who shot Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please point that person out and describe what he's wearing?
Garcia. He's wearing a tux.
A tux?
Yeah.
What color is the shirt?
A tux.
Blue.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant Garcia. On the bus video that we talked about a little earlier, in the moments after the homicide, there's some like animated movement that's seen in the passenger side of the Prius. Can you tell us what that was? What was happening at that time?
Oh, he's just trying to hide the gun.
Who was?
Garcia.
Where was he trying to hide the gun?
Right in front of the passenger side.
Okay. And what was Mr. Garcia's demeanor like? What was he acting like when he got back in the car after killing Mr. Markel?
He was nervous.
What happened to the murder weapon in this case?
We dumped it
Where did y'all dump it?
in the lake.
All right. What lake?
And the bridge. Ain't no telling. And one of them bridges.
All right. Was it on the way between
I know it.
Tallahassee and Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to say exactly which bridge it was?
I can't remember.
But the gun was thrown into a body of water?
Yes, ma'am.
And who threw the gun into the body of water?
Garcia.
Did you ride around with law enforcement much later looking for this location?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Have you seen the ATM images in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Exhibit 42. You seen this before?
Yes, ma'am.
What's that?
That's me.
What's that?
Garcia.
What car is it?
The Prius.
The day of the homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you doing at the ATM?
I was just getting money out.
Why did you need to get money out if you got a couple $100 already for the murder?
We got ran out.
Y'all had run out of money by then?
Yeah.
Do you know which one of you had the first phone call once the murder occurred, you or Mr. Garcia?
Garcia.
And do you know when that phone call was made or where y'all were when the phone call was made?
We was driving back to Miami.
All right. And who was the first phone call? Did he receive a phone call or he made a phone call?
Shit.
No.
I can't remember right there.
And who was the first phone call with?
Katie.
All right. So Garcia either called Katie or got a call from Katie. And that was the first call that either of y'all made after the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And how do you know that that call was to Katie?
Because when he was speaking, he like, hey, the shit is done. She goes, I already know it's done.
All right. And when she said, I already know it's done, was that something that you heard or that Garcia told you?
I heard.
How were you able to hear it?
Because I'm in the car with him. The windows are up and she's on the phone.
So her voice was loud enough through the receiver that you were
Yes,
able to
ma'am.
hear her. And could you identify her voice as being hers and not somebody else's?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So tell us again what exactly was said.
He said, we already finished. He goes, I already know it's done.
All right. And then what?
And then we asked for the money. Like, where the money at? So you'll get it tomorrow.
Who said you'll get it tomorrow?
Katie.
Who was responsible for getting the money?
I believe Katie.
All right. And you said, why do you say you believe Katie? Was it Katie or not?
Yes, it was Katie.
All right. And did you know where she was going to get the money from?
If I knew, not really, but we know the lady, Wendy, was paying it.
All right. So you knew that the job was being done so that Wendy could get her kids.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go with Katie to get the money?
No, ma'am.
All right. And when Katie said you'll get the money, what exactly did she say? I'm not sure you said
They'll get
that
the
yet.
money tomorrow.
You'll get the money tomorrow. And was that okay with you?
Not really. I mean, now the job is done. We should get the money today.
All right. Did y'all go back and forth about that a little bit?
Not at all.
All right. So she was going to get the money and you were going to get it tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you get the money the next day?
Yes, ma'am.
That's going to be Saturday, the 19th,
Yes, ma'am.
July 19th, 2014.
Yes.
Your financial records indicate that you went to Big Daddy's the night of the murder. Is that a place in Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of place is that?
Big Daddy, you got a bar and then you got a Flanagan's right next to it.
Okay. Is Flanagan's also a bar or is that something else?
It's together.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bar. It's a sport bar.
Is that a place that you hung out regularly?
Not really.
Okay. But you went there that night?
Yes, ma'am.
And what about Mr. Garcia? Did he go there with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did y'all spend some money that night?
Yes.
Were y'all celebrating?
You can't call it celebrating, but yeah, we spent some money.
All right, but you hadn't been paid yet.
No, not at all.
Okay, but you're anticipating getting some money the next day.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know how much Mr. Garcia was getting paid for his role in this murder?
40 grand.
40 grand, and that's what he told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know how much Katie was getting for her role in this murder?
The rest.
The rest of what?
The money.
How much money was it total?
100 grand.
100 grand?
Yes, ma'am.
That's how much the job was?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you learn that?
I asked Garcia, he's giving me 35 and he's getting 40. I said, how much is in total? He said 100. Katie get the rest.
All right. So you said that you got paid the next day. Tell us about that.
I was in the barbershop the next morning. I get a phone call from Katie. Hey, where's Tuto? Where's Tuto?
And Tuto is Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So Katie, you talked to Katie on the phone that day.
Yes, I did.
And that was pretty unusual because y'all don't usually talk on the phone, right?
Yes, ma'am. We don't.
All right. And she says, where's Tuto? Did you know where Tuto was?
Objection meeting.
Yes.
Overruled.
And where was Tuto?
And Shrimp's house.
And who's Shrimp?
Oh, his girlfriend.
Okay. So that's a woman that he was seeing around that time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what did she say? Did she say anything about the money?
Yeah, she said, who's going to come get this money? I said, he is. You go get it.
All right. So she wanted to know who was going to come get the money.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to locate Mr. Garcia?
Of course.
And did y'all go get the money?
I didn't go get it. He went to get it.
You didn't get your money?
I was in the barbershop still. They brought the money to my house.
Okay. And did you go to your house to get the money?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was present when you went to your house and got your money?
Garcia and Katie.
All right. And is that the house that we talked about earlier that you live at with Jessica?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you leave the barbershop. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And go to your house?
Yes.
Who gave you the money?
Garcia.
All right. And Catherine Magbana was present as well?
She was there.
All right. And tell us about the money. How was it packaged?
It was in a brown bag.
Okay. Like a brown paper bag or a plastic?
A brown paper bag.
All right. And what about inside the brown paper bag?
It was like a little clear plastic, a plastic bag inside of it as well.
All right. And what was inside the clear plastic bag?
Money, hundreds.
All hundreds?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you count the money?
No,
How do you know how much was there?
because I trust him.
All right. So you were told it was 35,000.
Yes, ma'am.
And did it seem like about that much to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said it was all hundreds. Were they separated at all into stacks?
It was stapled.
Stapled.
$1,000 staple each one of them.
So stacks of hundreds stapled together with like a stapler?
Yeah, with a staple. Not all of them together, but $1,000 each was stapled.
Okay. So you had a bunch of stacks of $100 bills that were stapled into stacks of 1,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Who is Anthony Ortiz?
That's one of my friends.
All right. Is that a person that would know how to find you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did Catherine Magbana know Anthony Ortiz?
Yeah.
And do you know his number, or if I say his number, would you be able to say yes or no that that's his number?
Yeah.
305-762-0648.
That's his number.
I got a break from the noise for a minute so I can finally unmute myself. Yeah, who stapled? I that's the weirdest thing. Who staples their money?
Did you get any additional money for this murder other than the money that you got in that brown paper bag?
Yeah, he gave me an extra $2,000.
Who did?
Garcia.
When was that?
In the car.
You say in the car. Was that the same day that you got the 35 grand?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of any purchases that Mr. Garcia made with his portion of the money from this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And what purchases were those?
We just bought some toys.
Like what?
Like cars, motorcycles.
What about you? Did you buy any toys?
Yeah, I bought a motorcycle.
I'm going to approach with State's Exhibits 48 and 49.
I mean, I guess stapling is better than a
Start
cash
with
baby.
48. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
Let's go see his motorcycle and the Monte Carlos is.
All right. Is this a fair and accurate photo of the toys that he bought with the proceeds of this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce State's 48.
Any objection? You must.
She's okay. She's sitting in my lap now. It's a little bit quieter now. They've made it past
I'm going to check this authentication.
wherever.
I'll overrule that objection.
No objection.
You may.
This is the last big project that my building has from the hurricane damage.
No, just one. The yellow one.
Hello.
Yellow and black one.
On the front?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what about this vehicle back here? Did you purchase that money from there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, look, 35K will buy me a staple removal.
Exhibit
So
49, do you recognize that?
Yes,
I'll
ma'am.
take it.
What does that show?
Me and Garcia on the motorcycles.
All right. Are those the motorcycles y'all bought with the money from killing Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move in evidence State's 49.
Any objection?
No objection.
They'll be admitted. 49 will be admitted.
I'll buy me a $3 stapler removal.
Do you know what Catherine Magbanua did with her cut of the money?
Not really.
Did you dump your phone, the phone that you took to Tallahassee? Did you dump that phone after the murder?
No, I think I just changed the number.
Change the number? And did you change the number because it might have been associated with a homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Murder
What happened to the
samples.
Prius?
Well, we turned it back.
Who turned it back in?
I turned it back in.
Was it turned in on time?
No.
Tell us about that.
Well, Garcia used it at night. We went out. He took the Prius, parked it somewhere around the house. He said he lost it. He said he didn't know where he put it at.
Okay, but can we just talk about the Prius? Because, like, in all of the, like, movies and, like, all the getaway scenes, there's muscle cars and there's, like, horsepower and there's, like, and they're in a Prius. It's not like it's not, I mean, who goes to kill somebody in a Prius?
So I had to go over there and look for it. Found it like a block and a half away from where he lived at, in Miami Beach.
Miami Beach?
Yeah.
And so the Prius was a few days late, right?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with a wire intercept, a T3 wire intercept that was done in reference to this case?
Not really.
Have you had an opportunity to review some recorded calls that were captured on a disc?
I heard it from one of my homegirls.
Say that again?
I heard it before.
Okay. Did you remember coming and listening with Investigator Newland to some phone calls and initialing whether or not you knew who the voices were on those calls?
Detective who? Newman?
Newland, Investigator Jason Newland. Did you meet with him?
Yeah, I met with him.
Okay. And did he play some phone calls for you? And the gist of that was asking you, can you recognize the voices on these calls? You remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 138. One moment, please, Your Honor.
All right, jury needs to take a break. We'll take 10 minutes.
You know what it makes me think
Everybody
of,
be
though?
seated, please. You may proceed, Ms. Kaplan.
It makes me think, y'all remember the Urkel mobile? I mean, I know that's not what a Prius looks like. But is it? I don't know. Anyway, remember do y'all remember hold on. Urkel mobile. This is the Urkel mobile. Like, this is what Like that, when I start seeing like the little cars, ugh, can't talk. The little cars, that's what I think of. I think of the Urkel-mobile. I'm like, oh, look at that old car go. Sorry.
Rivera, when we broke, I was asking you whether you recalled having a meeting where you listened to some phone calls, the recorded phone calls from this case, to identify the voices.
Good point.
Do you remember
Brianne.
that?
Yes, ma'am.
An
Happy
approach with
anniversary.
what I've marked as state 179. Do you recognize this sheet?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this your initial here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what about these check marks? What do these check marks indicate?
The voices.
All right. So on each of these letter phone calls, were you able to authenticate the voices that are highlighted?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So for example, on call D, you were asked to listen to see if that's.
Overruled. Overruled.
So for example, on call D, you were asked to identify the voice of, there's two voices on there, and you were asked to identify the one that's highlighted, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And does the check mark indicate that you were able to identify the
Yes, ma'am.
highlighted voice? Okay. And on these calls, such as call K, there are two names highlighted there, Katie and Garcia. Does the check mark indicate you were able to authenticate both of those voices?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the ones that have check marks by Katie, is that referencing Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, ma'am.
So that was her voice on the call?
Yes, ma'am.
And the ones that have Garcia, that's referencing Secreto Garcia's voice?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And all the check marks indicate that you have authenticated those voices on those particular calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce case 179.
Is there objection?
Yes, Your Honor. First, I've never been shown what Ms. Cataloni is referring to, and if you want to go sidebar, I'll lay my other objections. Improper foundation.
Look, we'll go sidebar.
What if I go on the first day and they say sidebar and I'm like, ooh, take a shot, do a squat, and then nobody's like,
Mr. Rivera, I don't think I asked you, what is your nickname if you have one?
Tato.
Tato?
Yeah.
All right. And I want to take you back for a moment to the first trip to Tallahassee. Did Mr. Garcia engage in any phone calls with Ms. Magbanua during that first trip to Tallahassee?
Can't remember.
Do you remember giving a proffer in this case on October 4th, 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember giving some statements about Garcia having a lot of phone contact with Ms. Magbanua on that first trip?
Sustained.
I'm going to approach and show you the transcript of that proffer. Ask you to read the question and answer. Are you able to read very well,
No,
Mr.
can't
Rivera?
read, can't write.
yeah, he's,
Judge, I'll ask for some guidance on that.
he said can't read, can't write.
I don't
Sorry,
give
I don't-
guidance. I don't give guidance, Ms. Kathleen.
Okay, well, the question is, right, how do you know that?
Sustained.
All right,
Move on, Ms. Kathleen.
yes, sir.
He
Do
said
you
I
have
don't give
any
guidance.
recollection of any conversation, overhearing any conversation in which Ms. Magbanua was concerned about you and Mr. Garcia doing something stupid or messing it up?
Can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember any conversation that you were privy to where Mr. Garcia was telling Ms. Magbanua to make sure those people have the money?
Yeah.
When was that?
That was Friday after the murder happened.
Okay. Were there other conversations that happened on the first trip where the money was discussed?
No.
You don't remember Mr. Garcia telling Ms. Magbanua that they better have the money?
No, I don't remember.
Slide forward a little bit more. I think you got it back up.
I'm way in the mic.
Do you remember any conversation where Ms. Magbanua was indicating to Mr. Garcia where you could hear her saying, make sure you get everything done right. When you are done, call me?
Yes.
When was that?
That was the second trip. It was when murder the guy.
Okay. And were you a member of this conspiracy to accomplish the murder of Mr. Markel?
Not at all.
You didn't have anything to do with it?
I mean, and yeah, he told me about it to go, but if you're saying if I got hired, no.
Well, you got paid, didn't you?
Yeah, from Garcia.
All right, so Garcia hired you to do a murder, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
And who hired him?
The Addison family,
I'm sorry?
the Wendy family.
Wendy's family hired him?
Yeah.
Okay, and how was Wendy's family connected to Sigfredo Garcia?
Cause Katie was dating the dentist.
Okay, did
The
Katie
dentist
know
is
about the
Charlie.
murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Katie have a role in hiring Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know that?
Cause he told me.
And Katie got paid?
Yes, ma'am.
Sustained.
Do you know which member of the Adelson family? Did you have any contact with any
No,
member of
ma'am.
the Adelson family? Did any member of the Adelson family ever pay you any money?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever have any phone calls with any member of the Adelson?
No, ma'am.
Text messages?
Nope.
Meetings?
No,
Any other type of communication?
not at all.
Do you see the person in the courtroom that you say hired Sigfredo Garcia to do this homicide?
The only one seen is Katie.
All right, would you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She's wearing on gray and black.
Not me.
Record reflect the witness has
Ms. Captain,
identified.
Would you put your hand down, please, Ms.
The
Captain?
witness
It
has
makes it hard to hear you.
identified. Sir?
Makes it hard to hear you when you got your hand up around
Yes,
the mouth.
sir. The witness has identified defendant Magdanoa. No further questions.
Cross.
Of all days for me to wear gray and black.
Give me a second to set up, Your Honor. If I may proceed, Judge?
You may.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Rivera.
Good afternoon.
Do you have any aliases other than your full legal name as Luis Rivera?
Yeah, Tato.
What about King Tato?
Yeah, King Tato.
And where is the nickname King Tato derived from?
King is from Latin king. And Tato is my nickname since I was a baby.
You're a Latin King legacy, right?
Yeah.
And I say that because you were born into being a Latin King, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And by being born into this organization, that means that you had family members that were part of the organization. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Objection, relevance.
If I can explain, sidebar, Judge, it goes material.
I know, I'm like squirming. My back is just so because like it's like upper here where I was hunched over working all day yesterday.
And Mr. Rivera, what was your title with the North Miami tribe of the Latin Kings when you got arrested in this case?
This case right here,
Or the federal case?
I was a leader.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's 5 designations of leaders in the Latin King organization, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's certain crowns, correct? There's like a 5th crown, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that called the secretary?
Yes, sir.
There's a 4th crown, which is called the treasurer.
Yes, sir.
There's a 3rd crown, which is called the enforcer.
Yes, sir.
There's a 2nd crown that's called, I can't pronounce it, it's CACIQU.
Cacique.
Okay. And then there's the Inca or the Primera, the 1st crown, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's what you were.
Yes, sir.
The 1st crown of the North Miami tribe of the Latin Kings, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in addition to being a local organization, well, it's not just a local organization, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
There's Latin Kings throughout the state of Florida, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in addition to the state of Florida, I believe there's 39 states in the United States where the Latin Kings have a presence, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At the time of this incident in 2014, how old were you, sir?
Like 32.
32. And you had been the Inca or the 1st crown of the North Miami tribe since you were about 15 or 16, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How many members of the North Miami tribe were there in 2014?
I mean, that's a question for real.
I'm sorry, sir?
That's a serious question.
I'm asking it.
There can be a lot, no doubt.
How many, if you remember, as the leader of this North Miami tribe, how many members of the Latin Kings were part of the North Miami tribe in 2014?
Probably like 100.
100.
Probably.
Does that include all of Miami or is that just North Miami?
That's just North Miami.
So including Miami, that number goes up. Is that correct?
Of course.
And as we move exponentially north and west and a little bit south, the numbers increase, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that there is a Latin King presence in Key West?
Yeah.
Broward County?
Yes.
Tampa?
Everywhere.
Okay. Everywhere, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm going to ask some specifics, and I apologize for cutting you off, but I just need to make sure I get my questions out. So St. Petersburg, yes?
Yes.
Because that's part of everywhere, right?
Yes, sir.
Naples, correct?
Yes, sir.
Jacksonville?
Yes.
What about here in Tallahassee?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know? Isn't
know.
Tallahassee part of everywhere?
Yeah, but I don't associate people in Tallahassee. Never been to Tallahassee in my life.
So just so I'm clear, when I asked you if there's
That
Latin
usually
King,
means you're going to repeat a question. Let's not repeat, Mr. Singing.
so out of all the places in Florida that have Latin Kings, the only place that you're not aware if they have Latin Kings is here in Tallahassee. Is that your testimony?
Yeah, I mean, they got them, but I don't know nobody from Tallahassee.
So now you're saying that they have them, but you don't know them personally, correct?
They got them, but I don't know nobody in Tallahassee.
Well, do you think that they know you?
Maybe.
Okay. And that's because you're a leader in a substantially sized tribe of the Latin Kings. Is that correct?
Yeah, they don't know me, but they probably know my name.
So could you pick up a phone and call somebody and get information on somebody that's associated with the Latin Kings in, let's say, Jacksonville? Could you do that?
If you're the leader, of course.
Okay. And you were a leader, right?
Yes, sir.
So what about, could you pick up the phone and find out if there's people in Gainesville? You could do that as a leader, right?
Yes, sir.
Everywhere, right?
Everywhere.
Okay. Because in addition to being a local organization, it's a statewide and national organization, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've been a leader of this organization pretty much your entire adult life, correct?
Yes, sir.
How do you become, what do you need to do to become a Latin King?
I was born into it.
What about, what is your definition of gangbang?
Gangbang?
Yes, sir.
Latin King is a family. First and foremost, a family. It's an organization that everybody take care of everybody. You take care of the neighborhood.
Do you recall if I ever asked you what were the things you had to do to become a Latin King? Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Do you recall what your answer was?
No, I don't remember.
If I show you a copy,
you got to read it.
I got to read it?
Yeah, I can't read.
Let me ask you this. Did you tell me on January 31st, 2018, that to get initiated in the gang, you had just gangbanged? Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
And would it be safe to say that when I asked you to expand on what gangbanging means, you said surviving life? Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
Does that include selling drugs?
Everything, I guess.
Okay. Did you sell drugs?
Yes, sir. I got to survive.
And you did this to take care of your family, correct?
Yes, sir.
And to take care of the nation, right?
Yes, sir.
And when I say the nation, I'm discussing the Latin King nation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, would proceeds from your illegal activity go back to the organization?
Repeat that question again?
Sure, no problem. With the proceeds...
What proceeds mean?
Proceeds, like the money you make?
Okay.
Okay? If there's ever a time where I ask a question that you don't understand what I'm saying, let me know. And I'll clarify just so I'll make sure that everybody's on the same page, all right?
I'm doing it right now, sir.
I'm sorry?
I said I'm doing it right now.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. So proceeds means what money you make. So the money you made from your illegal activity, did you give it back to the nation?
It's a treasure. You put money in a treasure.
Okay. So the answer is yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, to your knowledge, let me ask it this way. Is there a manual or a book that your organization uses that has rules in it?
Yes, sir.
And does it go by the initials KMC?
Yes, sir.
Tell the members of the jury what those initials stand for.
You said KMC?
Yes, sir.
It's AKMC. Amor de Rey.
Okay. I'm sorry. I can barely understand what you're saying. Can you say that a little bit louder, sir?
Amor de Rey.
Okay. And is that English or another language?
That's Spanish.
Okay. And hence the name Latin Kings, correct?
Latin King.
And even though you can't read or write, can you translate from English to Spanish?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell the members of this jury from English to Spanish what that means?
That means almighty. Almighty love.
Almighty love. And that's your rule book, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever heard it initialized as KMC?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what? Well, let me ask it this way: is there a portion in that with regards to a code of silence that your gang has to abide by?
Yes, sir.
Oh, here he goes.
So one of the principles that's in your rule book is that whatever activity you do within your organization should maintain within that organization. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And whatever activity that you do, if it's illegal, you're not supposed to talk about it, correct?
Of course.
Now, according to your book, the KMC, is there a punishment or a violation that one receives if you provide information against another Latin king?
What do you mean by that?
So let's say a buddy of yours, one of your brothers, let's call him King Anthony, okay? Let's say King Anthony did a crime and you helped the prosecution or you helped the police prosecute him. Would that be a violation according to your rule book?
Objection, relevance, and hypothetical.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
Of course.
What would be your punishment?
I'm going through it right now. They're trying to kill me.
They're going to try to kill you.
Yeah.
So you'll agree with me that cooperating against a fellow king would result in probably the most serious penalty that you can have in your manifesto, correct?
Of course.
Loss of your life.
Yes, sir.
Now you have a tattoo designating your allegiance to your organization, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's on your stomach?
Yes, sir.
And it's the 5 points or the 5 points of the crown, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you still have that tattoo?
Yes, I do.
Are you still a member of the Latin Kings?
Nope.
When did you lose your membership?
When I went back to Coleman, back to the feds. Okay. 2016.
When in 2016?
Right when I came over here to cooperate.
So the beginning of your cooperation, which I would say late September, early October, does that sound about right, sir?
Yeah.
You lost your affiliation because you violated one of the rules in your Latin King manifesto. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you in general population at Coleman? I'm sorry. Let me ask the question this way. Where are you currently housed?
Arizona.
Okay. And that's in a federal facility?
Yes, sir.
And as the prosecution said, you are currently serving a 151-month sentence based on your agreement to plead guilty in a federal racketeering case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what racketeering, sorry. I apologize, strike that question. And so as part of your federal sentence, you have been designated by the Bureau of Prisons, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your designation in the Bureau of Prisons is in a federal facility in Arizona, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you'll agree with me that for inmates that they're concerned for their safety and welfare, there's a special portion of the federal facility that they could put you in, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's called the SHU, right?
Yes, sir.
And the SHU stands for a special housing unit, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently in the SHU?
Not right now.
Okay. When you say not right now, I see that you're here in Leon County, right?
Yes,
so
sir.
when you met not right now, prior to them bringing you over here, when's the last time you were in the SHU?
In Leon County.
I'm sorry?
In Leon County.
In Leon County. When you were in federal custody, were you ever in special housing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about in Arizona?
The Arizona, that prison I'm in, is called a drop-by yard. What it's called a PC, protected custody. That's what they got me right now.
So are you in special housing in your federal facility?
No.
You're in general population, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have they had this, by they, well, let me rephrase that. You indicated earlier that if you testified against a Latin king, they try to kill you, correct?
Testify against anybody.
Well, I'm asking you testifying against a Latin king.
I think you answered your question. Do you have another question?
Yes, Judge. What is a KOS order?
KOS?
Yes.
KOS.
Right.
Kill on sight.
Kill on sight? Are you familiar with that?
I just said it, sir.
Have you ever given a KOS order?
No.
You're aware that at some point between September and November, the U.S. government put a wire intercept on your federal indictment investigation on your phone. Is that correct?
Yeah, I got caught. Yeah, I know.
And what I'm asking you is this. You know that the feds had you wired up for a month.
Yeah, I found out.
Okay. And you found out because, like in any criminal investigation, one of the things that they do is
Hey, Simon.
they show you the evidence that they have against you, right?
Yes, sir.
And you'll agree with me that in your federal investigation, you learned that for 30 days, the federal government listened to every one of your phone calls. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In October 2014, did you have, as a Latin King, an issue with members of the 400 gang that moved into Highland Village?
Yes, sir.
And in late October of 2014, did you, Luis Rivera, initiate a series of phone calls asking for assistance from fellow Latin King gang members? Do you recall doing that? And do you recall that what you initially wanted to do, or what you asked your fellow Latin Kings, your brothers, to do, was to get armed up and come and help you deal with these other gang members? Is that correct?
Action, relevance?
Sustained.
Have you ever been involved, other than the case that we're talking about, have you ever been involved in the distribution of narcotics?
Objection, relevance?
Let's go side first.
Sidebar. Take shot to a spot.
May I inquire, Judge?
You may.
Mr. Rivera, did you sell drugs in the year 2012?
Yes, sir.
What drugs did you sell in the year 2012?
Weed and cocaine.
Did you sell drugs in the year 2013?
Probably my whole life.
So would it be fair to say that from your teenage years up until your arrest, you were involved in the distribution of narcotics?
Yes, sir.
And I know this because we've spoken about it. It was initially just weed, right?
Yes, sir.
And as you got older, you started selling powder, right?
I think I'm gonna call it powder in court.
Have you ever committed an armed robbery?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember ever giving me an answer different than that?
I can't remember.
Now you said that you can't read or write, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know the difference between the words yes and no?
Yes, sir.
May I approach, Judge?
He said he can't read. You're not going to get him something to read. Sir.
Judge, it's just a differentiate between the words yes and no.
No. Proceed.
Do you recall taking a deposition with me on January 31st, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during that deposition, I was there, Ms. Kappelman was there,
Yes, sir.
and there was a person that's called the court reporter that was taking notes of what you were saying.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'm going to refer to line 22 and 23. I asked you, have you ever committed an armed robbery? And your answer was no. Now, today, when I ask you that, your answer is now yes,
Question
right?
is, do you recall that question and that answer?
Do you recall that
Be
question?
proper impeachment.
Do you recall that question and answer?
I can't remember.
Once again, Your Honor, I would ask to be able to show the witness.
Move on, Mr. Singer.
So you indicated you have committed armed robberies, right?
Yes, sir.
And you gave a statement to law enforcement, I believe October 4th.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were through with your question.
No, Judge, on October 4th, 2016. You remember that? Let me kind of refresh your recollection. You're sitting there, you got your lawyer, Mr. Collins, to your right. You got Detective Isom on your left, and you got an FBI investigator, Mr. Sanford, directly in front of you.
I got my lawyer. Who to my right?
Chuck Collins.
I think it was David Collins.
Oh, so you do remember?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to refresh my memory too.
Is David the older or the younger gentleman?
David is the father.
Is the father. Okay. So you got David Collins to your right. You remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're sitting at a table, right? And you remember that they told you that they videotaped the interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So would it sound about right that this whole videotaped statement that you gave on October 4th, 2016, the presence of your lawyer, with Detective Isom, Detective Stanford, took about 2 hours long? Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And do you also remember that during that videotaped statement, you called yourself a jack boy? Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's a jack boy?
Jack boys that rob drug dealers.
Rob drug dealers. Now, when you rob a drug dealer, do you rob them on the streets or do you go to their house?
Go to the house and take their dope.
Because drug dealers don't keep their dope out of the streets. It's usually stashed somewhere in their house, right?
Yes, sir.
This conversation is bizarre.
So I'm going to ask serious questions with regards to these. I mean, do you knock on the door and say, excuse me, can I have your drugs? Does it work like that?
No.
So would it be fair to say that when you go in there, you have the intention to either use force or intimidate by using or intimidate with the use of force?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would it be a fair statement to say that you do this while you're armed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what would be the weapon that you would most likely use during a robbery of a drug dealer?
A handgun.
Okay. And what happens if you go in and you ask you? Well, let me ask you a question. Do you knock on the door or do you kick down the door?
I knock on the door.
You knock on the door?
Yeah.
Okay. And when they open the door, what do you do?
You give me everything.
Okay. And do you set up surveillance before you do these robberies?
No.
No. Okay. So do you care whether or not if there's kids in the house when you're committing an armed robbery of a drug dealer?
I do care if the kids in the house, and when I do rob somebody, there's no kids in the house.
But you just told me you don't do surveillance, so how do you know?
Because there ain't gonna be no kids in the house. We know the guy we're gonna rob. That's it.
You know the guy that you're going to rob,
Yeah.
but yet you didn't do any surveillance, right?
Ain't no kids in the house.
So you're telling me every time you hit a drug dealer, you knew whether or not that there were kids in the house because you have those moral standards?
Yes, sir. I never hit nobody with no kids in no house.
He said no.
And you're
kids
saying
in the
that under
house.
oath to this jury?
Yes, sir.
And, he said he
And
won't
you
kill
understand
in
what
front
being
of
under
the
oath
kids.
is, correct?
Go ahead. Explain to me.
I mean, at the beginning, you raised your right hand, you swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure as your lawyer has advised you, there is a penalty for lying under oath, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you
Maybe
ever
take it
lied
down.
under oath?
No.
That's not a proper question, Mr. Singh.
Let me ask you a
Yeah.
question. Do you recall when you pled guilty in federal court, there was a document called a factual proffer? Do you recall that?
Yeah, I heard it.
May I approach, Judge? May I approach, Your Honor?
What purpose is it to show somebody can't read a written document, Mr. Singh?
Judge, it's got his initials on it. It has his signature.
All right.
It's got a date.
Okay, go ahead.
This judge is kind of over it.
Mr. Rivera, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 2.
But we already have a defense exhibit 2 unless we're going to do separate documents for Garcia.
It's under Garcia,
and
Judge. I apologize. It's been marked as Garcia number 2. Do you want me to change that, Your Honor?
That'll be okay for now. We can discuss that later.
Now, you indicated that you can't read, but you know what your name looks like, right?
Of course.
Whose name is that right there?
My name.
Okay. Is that your signature in the bottom right-hand corner?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, your initials
Yes, sir.
on page 1? Are these your initials on page 2?
Yes, sir.
Are these your initials on page 3?
Yes, sir.
Are these your initials on page 4, sir?
Yes, sir.
And whose signature is that?
Mine.
And can you read numbers?
Yeah.
What number is that?
11, 6, 15.
So on November 6, 2015, is that the day you gave your factual proffer?
Yes.
Are these the signatures? Is that your name? And these are the initials?
Yes, sir.
At this time, Judge, I'll move Defense Exhibit 2 under Garcia into evidence.
Sir,
Objection, hearsay.
They can get to the membership. Thank you, Megan. Stephanie Willis.
I'll
Get to
sustain the
membership.
objection. At this point in time, I failed to see the relevance, but move on.
Thank you,
Let's
Megan
bring it
Houston.
Do you recall me asking you if you had the crimes associated with your factual proffer on your record?
Yes, sir.
And you told me that even though it's on your record, that you didn't do some of these crimes. Is that correct?
Yeah, I told you that.
You told me that, right?
Yeah.
And the document that I just showed you, did your lawyer, when he went over it with you, indicate that there's a portion that says, I agree with all the facts set forth in the factual proffer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also, when you took your plea of guilty in front of a federal judge, did he read this factual proffer to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, he
Okay.
did.
Word for word, right?
Not word for word, but he told me, he explained to me.
Okay. And then,
Sustain the objection, Mr. Singh. Let's move on.
which objection, Your Honor?
I found it's not relevant. Move on.
Hi, Christy. Yes, we're going to be doing this trial. think I'm going to go to the first day of it. Because it's not far. Not too far. And then we'll stream the rest.
Give me just 1 second, Judge.
Sure.
All right. Mr. Garcia, I'm sorry, Mr. Rivera, have you ever used your position as a leader in the Latin Kings to recruit other Latin Kings to help you further any violent crimes?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Yes,
You can
sir.
answer that.
Well, I got a question for you. I'm here for another
Well,
indictment.
Judge, with all, sorry, Judge, I'm objecting to the witness asking questions of the attorney.
Ask another question.
So if you could answer that, the question that I just asked you. If you,
Ask your question again, please.
Sure, no problem. Mr. Rivera, have you ever instilled the use of other Latin Kings to further any kind of violent criminal act?
Yes, sir.
In fact, in the 1 month that your phone had a wire intercept, you attempted 3 separate violent acts reaching out to other fellow Latin Kings. Isn't that correct?
Objection, relevance.
I'll overrule the objection.
So you can answer that question.
Yes, sir.
So in a 30-day period.
You've asked it once.
Thank you,
You've
Judge.
answered it
Yes, sir.
once. We don't need to do it twice.
No problem, Judge. Thank you. And in the future, if I refer to other fellow kings, is every fellow king have the word king prior to a nickname or a designation?
It's defense attorney.
So the person that you were talking
One of
about
them.
earlier, Anthony, was it Rivera?
Torres.
Anthony Torres, did he have a king name?
Jíbaro.
Jíbaro. And is he still alive?
He's there, sir.
Did he die here in South Florida?
I was in prison when I found out.
Do you know where he died?
No.
Do you know how he died?
I heard motorcycle accident.
And this is the individual that you're claiming you called to find my client when Katie called you, right?
Yes, sir.
Katie is Sigfredo's wife, as you described her, right?
Yes, sir.
She has his numbers, right?
Yes, sir.
You have his numbers, right?
Yes, sir.
And just for the record, Sigfredo had multiple phones at all times, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's get to June 4th, okay? Or let's get to June 3rd. Do you remember what time Sigfredo came up to you and told you that he had a job for you in Tallahassee?
It was late night, maybe like about 10, 11 o'clock at night, somewhere around there.
Okay. What time did you guys hit the road?
Excuse me?
What time did you guys get on the road?
Right away.
Right away. Okay. So let's just go ahead and say around 11 o'clock. Does that sound about right?
Maybe. I can't really remember the time, but I'm saying like between 9 to 11 was out of the way.
Okay. 9 to 11 p.m.
Yes, sir.
And this is when Sigfredo Garcia came to you with a rented, was it a Nissan?
I think it was.
But you didn't rent the car there that day, correct?
No.
And he came to you and told you you had a job, right?
Yes.
Okay. When did he tell you you had that job?
In my house.
Okay. And from there, and you went and you got a gun, right?
I can't remember if it was the same day or not.
Well, let me ask it this way. You had guns at your disposal, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're a Latin king. You can call. Did you have your own personal firearm?
No, I went and bought one.
Let me see if I didn't ask that question correctly. Did you have your own piece? Did you have your own firearm for your own protection prior to the day?
I always kept one.
You always kept one?
Yeah.
Okay. So you had your own gun, right? Luis Rivera's gun, right?
Yes, sir.
But you chose not to take that gun because you wanted to find another gun. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Because wouldn't that be a smarter thing to do? Have a firearm if you're going to commit, whether it's a home invasion or a murder, that nobody knows is yours, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, did you call one of your Latin King brothers to get a gun?
No.
Where'd you go?
To the corner.
To the corner, like in the hood?
In the hood.
Okay. And so you got a gun from a guy in the corner. White guy or black guy?
Black guy.
Black guy. So a black guy in the hood, you walked up to him and said, I need a piece, right?
Yes, sir.
would it be safe to say, well, let me ask you this. In your Latin King manifesto, does it talk about not involving non-Latin kings to ensure integrity within your organization?
Are we for the murder case or for the Latin King case?
I think it's the same thing.
No, it's not.
Okay, so answer my question. Don't answer my question with a question.
It's not. What you talking about? You keep talking about the Latin Kings. It ain't got nothing to do with
Well, hold
murder.
on, but you're King Tato, right?
Yeah, but it don't got nothing to do with the murder.
According to you, right? Because if you were,
Wait a minute, stop. Ask another question, just saying it then. Answer the question,
is
please.
there a portion of the Latin King manifesto which suggests that if you were to buy a gun to commit a crime, you'd buy it from another king to make sure you don't get in trouble?
No. You can buy it from wherever you want to buy it from.
You've been a leader of this organization since you were 15 years old, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And so you understand, I mean, you're cooperating now, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you understand there's informants and cooperators everywhere, right?
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Could be a stranger, could allegedly be your best friend, right?
Yes, sir.
So instead of calling one of your 100 gang member brothers, where you are the king of the castle, the lion of the jungle, you choose to go to the hood and ask a stranger for a gun. That's your testimony?
Yes, sir, because they don't got nothing to do with what I'm about to do.
So you go and you get this firearm. Does the gun come with bullets at least?
No.
You have to buy bullets separately?
Yes, sir.
All right. Kind of like a toy without batteries?
Yeah, you say that.
So where'd you go buy the bullets?
In a gun store.
So you didn't ask the same guy in the corner to throw you some bullets in?
No.
Okay. So you go to the gun store and do you buy a pack of bullets?
Single bullets.
You buy single bullets?
I haven't listened to this in so long.
And is this regulated by the person that owns the firearm store?
No.
No? So you can just go buy bullets. You don't have to give ID or anything?
Never gave my ID.
I'd be so scared.
And you bought a single bullet?
No, we bought a few bullets.
You bought 3 bullets.
A few bullets. Like
I'm sorry.
like 15 bullets.
I
You want me to give you the number correct?
Well, it's kind of hard to hear you sometimes. So 15 bullets?
Yeah.
Did you call Garcia and ask him if he needed some bullets too?
Oh, he was with me.
He was with you?
Yeah.
Do you know what time it was that you went to the... So Garcia was with you when you went to the hood to get the gun?
No.
Okay. Which car did you use to go to the hood?
My car.
What kind of car is that?
An old Mercedes.
An old Mercedes?
Yeah.
Okay. So you drive your own car to the hood. At this time, you already knew you needed the gun to commit whatever crime you thought that you were going to do, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you chose, and Garcia's right there with a rental car, right? Right?
When I bought the gun?
Right.
When I bought the gun, he was with a... Come back. Come back with me, man.
After Garcia told you he had a job to do, how long after that did you go get the gun? Immediately?
I can't remember.
Okay.
I think I told you that already.
Woo.
Well, I'm just trying to create a timeline.
Yeah, but you going back and forth trying to confuse me. We're not going to do that. Just come on.
I'm not trying to. I'm trying to ask a very simple question. He tells you you have a job, right? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. You assume this is a violent job, right? That's going to require you to get a firearm, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you go from where are you living with Jessica at the time, or are you on your Miami Beach house?
I live with Jessica.
Okay. So you go. It's 135th Street.
Yes, sir.
So where'd you go? The Pork and Bees. Which hood did you go to?
It's right around the corners. I live in the hood, man.
Okay. So you go down the street in your car, right?
Yes, sir.
And you buy a firearm.
Yes, sir.
And then you come back and get in the car with Garcia, and then you go buy bullets?
You confused me right there, though. I think I'm with Garcia in the car. I can't remember. I can't remember.
Okay, now you can. Okay. So after you get the bullets, do you guys head up north?
We got the bullets next day, man.
Okay.
Let me refresh my memory. You going back and forth.
No, listen, take your time. Take your time.
We got nothing but time. We got 19 years.
Can't take that long.
Thank you. Ask a question.
You got a citation on June 4th in the morning, right? The prosecution showed you?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you get the gun on June 3rd or June 2nd?
I already had the gun going up there.
That wasn't my question, sir. My question is, after Mr. Garcia allegedly told you about this purported job, you said that you went to get a gun, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he tell you about this job the night of or the day before you left going north?
No, the same night he told me about it.
Okay. The same night. So you went down the corner, got the gun, and then got your bullets, and then headed up north, right?
Yes, sir.
You testified originally on direct examination that he drove. right?
Yes, sir.
And then the prosecutor showed you a ticket, and then you said, well, we had to switch out, right?
Yes, sir.
Is it your testimony? Well, let me ask you this. Were you and Garcia drinking on your way up north?
Every time.
Every time, okay?
That's not in coke.
Okay, well, that's what I'm getting to. And you and Garcia were drinking and driving, right?
Yes, sir.
Snorting cocaine?
Yes, sir.
Who was snorting more coke, you or Sigfredo?
Sigfredo.
I'm sorry, Mr. Garcia, I apologize. Sir. Mr. Garcia, who was doing more coke, you or him?
Him.
Okay, like a little bit or a lot more?
Just a lot, not a little bit more.
A little bit more. How much cocaine did you and Mr. Garcia go through from Miami to Gainesville?
Can't remember.
And a gram?
I can't remember.
2 grams?
I can't remember, sir.
How much did you take up there?
I don't remember.
About an 8 ball, sound right?
Maybe a little bit more, probably.
Okay. So a little bit more than 8 balls, how many grams?
3.5.
So 3.5 is 1 8 ball, so you took a little bit more. So let's say, would about 5 grams sound about right?
Probably.
So it's your testimony that as an experienced gang member, you get in a rental car.
Sounds like we're about to repeat what's been said. We're not going to keep repeating everything twice. Let's move on, please.
Okay.
I like this judge.
In the car that you were driving, you had been drinking alcohol. There were little alcohol bottles.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you got pulled over by the police, you were driving, right? Obviously, you got the ticket, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you check to see if you had any remnants of cocaine powder on your nose?
Not at all.
What about Mr. Garcia? Did you look to see if he had any remnants of cocaine on his nose?
No.
And in the car are 2 firearms?
Yes, sir.
I don't remember what number exhibit this is.
Is it mine?
This is, I was going to introduce it, but you introduced it before me.
Is it the ticket?
Yes. No problem. The government introduced this in evidence. I don't recall what the exhibit number is, Mr. Rivera.
81.
Government's exhibit 81, which is going to be popping up on the screen, is a copy of the citation.
Oh, I didn't know this judge passed. I like him.
There we go. Your name is Louis Manuel Rivera, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The location on your driver's? I think this will be better. Sorry, Judge. The location on your driver's license as your address is 1805 Normandy Drive, apartment 3. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's in Miami Beach, Florida. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How long had you lived in Miami Beach?
My whole life.
You were born April 25th, 1983?
Yes, sir.
You're a Hispanic male and you're 5'4"?
Yes, sir.
And the citation is going 90 miles an hour in a 70-mile-an-hour zone, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in conjunction to all the things that I've already described, the firearms, the drugs, the empty bottles, you were going 90 miles an hour at 9 o'clock in the morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the officer that pulled you over was it was FHP, Florida Highway Patrol?
Yeah, I think so.
At any point, did he ask you to exit the vehicle to determine if he needed to conduct field sobriety exercises?
No, sir.
Did you smoke any marijuana in the car?
No, sir.
Did you take any marijuana with you?
No, sir.
So it's you and Mr. Garcia in a rental car with all the contraband we discussed, and Trooper Downing just issues you a citation for speeding, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was at 9:12 a.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
This is the joint trial, Nikki, the where they were co-defendants.
That citation took place on a mile marker in Gainesville, right here. I-75 northbound, mile marker 374. Is that correct? I'll go ahead and zoom that in for you.
He's telling me where to go. I don't even know what was that.
And who's he?
Garcia.
Garcia. Did he have his GPS on his phone?
In his brain.
In his brain. Had you ever been up to Tallahassee with Mr. Garcia before?
Never in my life.
And it was your testimony earlier that Mr. Garcia never utilized his cell phone GPS. Is that correct?
No.
And as you indicated to the members of this jury, he was right next to you. If he was using his phone, you would have been able to see that he was using his phone for GPS, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he was able to get you not only from Miami, Florida to Tallahassee, but to drive around in Tallahassee to the appropriate locations. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know roughly how far mile marker 374 is from Gainesville to Tallahassee?
No idea.
After you received this citation, who drove? Did you continue driving?
Yes, sir.
And so from at least Gainesville to Tallahassee, you drove the rest of the way.
Yes, sir.
Did you guys still have the alcohol bottles in the Nissan after you got pulled over?
Yeah. It was in a brown paper bag.
Brown paper bag. You didn't think to throw it out afterwards?
No, it didn't cross my mind.
How many drinks would you say that you had consumed?
I can't remember that.
Was it one?
I can't remember that, sir.
Was it two?
Let's move on. Mr. Same thing.
That
What about
drives me
Mr. Garcia?
nuts.
Were you watching how many alcoholic beverages he was consuming?
Not at all.
How many alcoholic beverages, how many little bottles did you guys buy?
Bought a bunch. I just can't remember how many.
Give me a rough estimate of what
I
a
can't
bunch.
remember how many, sir.
Multiple? That means more than two?
Of course, it's more than two, but I can't remember how many.
Do you remember how long it took to drive from Miami to Gainesville?
I don't know. It took a couple of hours. I mean, a bunch of hours. I don't remember, though.
And during that time, did you guys consume all the alcoholic beverages that you had from Miami to Gainesville? Or did you have more alcohol after you got pulled over?
No, I think we had drank them all already.
So when you get to Tallahassee, and you're still driving, right?
Yes, sir.
Where do you go on June 4th, the same day of the citation?
We went straight to a hotel. We went to go rent a hotel that day.
You went to rent a hotel. Okay. And did you pick the hotel, or did Mr. Garcia pick the hotel?
Garcia picked the hotel.
Do you remember which exit you guys took off the highway?
No, sir.
You were driving though, right?
Yes, sir.
And how much of the cocaine did you have left? Do you remember?
No, I can't remember.
You think you had burned through most of it?
Probably.
And would it be a fair assessment to say that you hadn't slept all night?
Yeah, I didn't sleep.
Okay. And the night before, you didn't know that this was going to be occurring, right? You found out that's that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you had been up all day and all night? And correct. And you consumed multiple alcoholic beverages, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you and Mr. Garcia had consumed multiple grams of cocaine. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So it's also your testimony that somewhere after Orlando, that Mr. Garcia, according to you, tells you that this is a homicide, right?
Is that first trip or the second trip?
First trip,
Okay.
right?
Yes, sir.
That's when you find out it's a homicide.
I just want to make sure, sir.
Okay. And it's your testimony to these jurors that he told you that he's going to give you either 30 or 35 stacks, right?
Yes, sir.
It's also been your testimony to this jury that you believed that he thought that you were going to do the shooting, right?
Yes, sir.
And just for the record, your testimony is that you did not do the shooting, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you still receive the same amount of money?
Yes, sir.
So for not committing the act that you were hired to do, right? Because it's your testimony that Secretary Garcia, Mr. Garcia, hired you to commit this murder, not to be your tag along, that he still paid you the amount of money that he told you that he'd pay you at the beginning, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he didn't tell you, hey, listen, I thought you were going to actually do the murder and I had to do it. So I'm going to give you, man, I'll give you 10 stacks for 2 rides, right?
Yeah.
So you got $35,000 for 2 rides from Miami to Tallahassee, right?
Sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
When you find a good stopping point, Mr. Singh,
I can stop right now.
I think the jury's probably had enough for the day.
Yes, Judge.
He's like, the jury's
I
had
mean, I wouldn't
enough.
say stop right this moment. Just find a good
Absolutely.
stopping
If you think
point.
the jury's done for the day, we'll pick back up tomorrow. My pleasure.
It's a decent.
That's fine.
stopping point.
Absolutely.
Okay. I think probably reach a point where things, hard to keep your concentration. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't let anyone discuss the case with you. 8:45 tomorrow. I guess we probably know the drill pretty well by now. We'll see y'all in the morning.
That was part 2.
Either side have any issues?
Uh-oh.
Just a time for tomorrow?
I gotta find part 3. Thought I had it saved, but it went from 1, 2 to 4. Luis Rivera. Part 3.
Now, how many recordings are you planning to actually attempt to play for the jury, Ms. Kettleman,
I believe there's 45.
that you plan to present?
Yes, sir.
And who do you plan to present those through?
Through Agent Sanford.
No. Do you have any different argument, Ms. Kettleman?
No, sir.
Well, what?
Ask for that, yes, different state. We have no copies of those.
Provide them a copy of it, please, Ms. Norris.
Yes, sir.
Any thoughts?
All right, here we go. Back at it. It's going to be a really interesting trial.
Good morning.
Especially because they're making Charlie's
I've got
parents
up here on the screen.
talk.
Did you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
I've got up on the screen phone records that have been entered into evidence as Government's Exhibit 128. There's a portion right here.
If you can read that, his eyes are a whole lot better than mine. You can't blow that up a little bit. I think there's a knob there. I've seen them use.
It's through the laptop.
Okay.
The government asked you this on direct examination yesterday, and I just want to confirm that your phone number, or one of your 2 phone numbers, was 305-570-8153. You recall that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And what's already been entered into evidence is Government's Exhibit 128, are the specifics that AT&T has, and they document and they keep with regards to your phone activity, sir. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
And your phone activity that's documented in this state's exhibit, it includes phone calls as well as text messages. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
You indicated yesterday that you were unable to read and write. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
From the month of May of 2014 till October of 2014, with phone number 305-570-8153, were you aware that you participated in 7,885 text messages back and forth?
Yes, sir.
That's a lot.
And you'll agree with me, a text message is a nonverbal communication?
You can talk to the phone and it'll spell it out for you.
And that's your testimony that that's what you did in every single text message?
Yes, sir. I had an iPhone.
And what about receiving text messages? They were also voicemails. That's your testimony?
Yeah, they read it out to you.
And you indicated also that you were attempting to get your GED, but we interrupted your education
yes, sir.
in your testimony yesterday. In 2016, while in federal custody, did you take any classes with regards to reading and writing?
I've been doing that my whole life, though. Yeah.
So you've been taking classes to read and write your whole life. Isn't it true that in 2016, while in federal custody, as part of the federal program, you received passing grades with regards to reading and writing courses?
I get help. I got a tutor.
So you didn't really answer my question. I see that you had a tutor, but the answer is yes, correct? You received passing grades
Yes,
in reading and writing.
Yes, sir. I had a tutor.
And yesterday, when the government asked you to read a document, your testimony under oath was that you can't read and write, correct?
I can.
So let's go back to what we were talking about yesterday with regards to your June 4th trip. And that's the trip that you took in a Nissan, I believe it was Sentra, correct?
I guess so.
Now, you didn't rent the Nissan,
We're gonna do a poll.
No, sir.
But in the July trip, you did rent the Toyota Prius, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was your testimony yesterday that
you rented it while Mr. Garcia was around the corner waiting for you outside of the rental place, correct?
Yes, sir.
Attorney doesn't seem to believe him.
Show the jury.
Before you, why don't let the technician handle that instead of you switch to the Elmo type function?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rivera, you filled out this document alone while Mr. Garcia was around the corner, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you wrote your name right here
Yes, sir.
where it says renter's name.
Yes, sir.
You didn't write the name and where the unit number is, correct?
What unit?
Right next to it, to the right, where it says unit number. You didn't mistakenly put your name where it says unit number. You put your name where it says name, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's because you read the word name and you knew to write your name next
No,
to it.
I asked the guy where do I write my name and everything. He told me to fill it out right here. Would you put your name and your address?
So all this was at the assistance of somebody else, correct?
Yes, sir.
You can tell the attorney doesn't believe him.
Mr. Rivera, can you read that?
It's my name.
What does it say?
Louis Rivera.
You can't read this whole thing?
My name, Louis Rivera.
Your name, so it says my name is Louis Rivera?
Yeah. It's like a third grade level.
Hold on. It's your testimony now, the word says renter's name right here, you need assistance.
Yes, sir. At that time I needed. I'm taking classes now to learn how to read and write.
When you took your final exam in your GED level course in federal prison, was your tutor there with you when you passed?
Yes,
Did
sir.
he take your exam with you?
He was right next to me.
Government's Exhibit 83. It's going to be your testimony that the person that budgeted in also helped you fill out this form?
Yes, sir.
Can do it on your own?
No, I can't.
And it's your testimony that you asked the person at the budget in to read the documents so you can fill out exactly where you needed to
Yes,
fill
sir.
out.
I asked him.
On the June 4th trip, did you ever indicate that Sigfredo drove the whole way?
June 16th?
The June 4th trip, have you ever previously said that the person that was driving the entire trip was Sigfredo Garcia?
He rode halfway and I rode the other half.
Have you ever indicated in previous statements that he was the only person that drove?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And today was the first time when the prosecution showed you that you actually got the ticket, that your testimony was that you drove the second half, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And isn't it also true that in other statements that you've given, you indicated that you received the ticket on the July 14th trip, correct?
Yes, sir.
So let's talk about June 4th.
Yeah,
Have
I
you
think it's
previously
just
testified that you
limited.
arrived in Tallahassee in the early morning time?
Yes.
All right. And your previous testimony had been that you'd arrived around 9 or 10 in the morning, correct? Maybe earlier?
Yeah, I said that.
And that your previous testimony was when you got there that you kept partying, right, for a little bit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you guys went to sleep for about an hour before you headed out, correct?
I don't remember that. I said an hour?
But you went
remember.
to sleep for a little bit, correct?
Probably.
So arrived in Tallahassee in the early morning hours, kept drinking and doing cocaine, and then slept for a little bit before you left to go to Mr. Markel's house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you'll agree with me that when the government showed you your travel citation in Gainesville, about 250 miles away, multiple hours away, at 9
How far away,
a.m.
Mr. Singer?
I'm sorry?
How far away?
About
Let's
200
not mislead the witness, please. That's not accurate.
Okay. From Gainesville to Tallahassee. right? It's quite a drive, correct?
Yes, sir.
More than 100 miles, if you recall.
I don't know, sir.
So between Gainesville and Tallahassee, multiple hours, and the citation's at 9:12 a.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And your testimony changed and your timeline changed yesterday when the prosecution showed you the ticket. Is that correct?
I don't know about my time change, but
Your timeline.
my timeline?
Yes. Because you'll agree with me beforehand. You said that you got here in the early morning time, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you received the citation at 9:12, and Gainesville's at least 100 miles, as you indicated. It's quite a drive from Gainesville to Tallahassee. You'll agree,
Yes, sir.
correct? Right. So you'll agree with me that you did not arrive in the early morning time. You were in Gainesville in the early morning time, right?
Yes, sir.
You also indicated on direct examination that Mr. Garcia never used any kind of navigation technology on his phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So it's your testimony that you got to and it's also been your testimony that you've never come to Tallahassee before, correct?
Never been to Tallahassee.
And that Mr. Garcia at no point utilized any kind of electronic media to help him get around in Tallahassee, right?
He never used any electronic, but we did stop in the store.
And you got a map.
Yes, sir.
And you said that he looked at it once and didn't look at it again, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So your testimony is that Mr. Garcia looked at a map once and never looked at it again.
Yes, sir.
Is Tallahassee like Miami in terms of how the streets are like avenues and streets, like numbers and like how you can go, I'm going up from 88th Street to 157th Street. They don't have that here, do they?
I don't think so.
And you also testified that you purchased a gun, right?
Yes, sir.
And that you purchased bullets, correct?
Yes, sir.
We're not going to repeat everything you did yesterday. I think we did it 2 or 3 times yesterday. That's enough. Move on.
When you get to the hotel room,
I love this judge.
the first time, you said that you had somebody purchase the room for you, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the reason why you would do that was because you wanted to potentially hide, you didn't want to leave any kind of footprint that you were in Tallahassee, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's because, according to your testimony, your best friend tells you several hours into a trip that it's not a robbery, it's a homicide.
Yes, sir.
Would you consider that misleading?
What do you mean by misleading?
Right. So your testimony has been, and you proffered to this jury that he's somebody that you've grown up with and he's one of your best friends, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you'll agree with me that your testimony in court is that he didn't tell you the purpose of the trip, right?
He didn't tell me at the beginning.
Right. Well, that's what I'm talking about. To get you to go on the trip, he didn't tell you the purpose of it, right?
Yes, sir.
But he did offer you money.
Yes, he did.
And it was your testimony yesterday that the second day that you were there, you didn't feel like going forward with the murder, correct?
Repeat that question again, please.
No problem. It was your testimony yesterday that I believe you said because you're not going to kill somebody because just because he has kids and that you don't know the man, something like that. But you recall saying that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And based on that statement, that you guys called off the purpose of your trip and left Tallahassee, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's your testimony that you were the driving force behind calling this off and leaving Tallahassee?
It was nothing to do with, nothing to be around there for, so we left.
Okay, so let me ask a few questions about it. You indicated that Mr. Garcia had been paid and you saw cash in his pocket, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said it was between $2,000 and $5,000, right?
Yes, sir.
And you got there on June 4th in the morning, right?
Yes, sir.
And between June 4th in the morning and what time did you guys leave on the 5th?
I don't remember the time.
Roughly. Was
I
it
don't remember the
nighttime?
time, sir.
Was it nighttime?
I don't remember the time.
Okay. Do you remember if it was light or dark outside?
I can't remember.
Whose idea was it to leave?
Both of us.
According to you, had Mr. Garcia run through all the money that he'd bought?
Yeah, we were low on cash.
Okay. And you also said that he'd given you some money from his pocket, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd also said that you had bought a substantial amount of narcotics during the trip, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also said that Mr. Garcia had purchased additional narcotics, correct?
Yes, sir.
How much money would you say that he had spent on narcotics?
I ain't no telling right now. It's been a long time.
Okay, well,
I can't remember.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Mr. Rivera, can you guesstimate?
I said, ain't no telling. I can't remember how much money we spent, but we spent money.
Okay. Well, What's your definition of money on cocaine?
About $200.
Okay. So as someone that has experience in the drug trade, right?
Yes.
$200 or $300 would be maybe another 8 ball, right?
Like 2 or 3.
2 or 3 more 8 balls. So you're at about 15 grams of cocaine for a 36-hour trip, according to you, right?
Probably.
So $200 to $300 on drugs. How much was the room? $100?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay. That sound about right? Let's be very generous. Let's say $100.
I can't tell you. I don't remember.
All right. It was a motel though, right? It wasn't the W or a 5-star hotel.
It was a hotel. It can be one night for $60, but 2 nights can be 120.
And you guys stayed there one night, right? June 4th. And you left June 5th, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So one night at a hotel, let's say between 50 and $100. Sound about right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you guys ate at Hooters, right?
Yes, sir.
Ate and drank at Hooters. You didn't want to be seen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you went to a known restaurant, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said that you guys were there for multiple hours, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you wearing a hat?
Yes, sir.
You were wearing a hat?
Yes, sir.
Were you wearing sunglasses?
I don't remember.
You didn't have a mask on at Hooters, did you?
No.
No, right? Okay. So you're in public, being seen in Tallahassee for multiple hours, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You and Mr. Garcia have purchased and consumed, according to you, multiple ounces, almost a dozen, multiple grams of cocaine, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're, I assume, drinking substantially at this point, correct?
Yes.
After you leave Hooters, where do you go? Back to the room?
Yeah.
Now, what time in the morning do you leave to start your surveillance the next day?
That Friday?
I'm sorry?
And then the murder day?
No, we're talking about the June trip today, sir.
All right.
What time do you leave?
In the morning?
Yes, sir. What time? Do you remember?
Like 7 or 8 around there.
Had you checked out of the hotel when you left in the morning?
I don't remember.
Did you remember, checkouts usually around 11 a.m., right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that morning, before, you'll agree with me that you hadn't decided whether or not anything was going to happen that day, right? Your plan was you were going to go kill Dan Markel that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you planned to go commit this murder, and you weren't sure whether or not it was going to happen, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So did you check out of the hotel, or did you keep the hotel for another day?
I can't remember if we checked out or not. I cannot remember.
Okay. So then you drive over to Mr. Markel's house, correct?
Yes, sir.
To the area, and you conducted surveillance, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you followed him to the daycare center, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you lost him, right?
Yes.
Did you conduct any additional surveillance that day, or did you call it quits?
I don't know if we're gonna, okay, I can't remember.
You indicated to the jury on direct examination that it appeared that on that second day that you felt that this was the wrong thing to do, and you didn't want to be involved in killing somebody that you didn't know, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you'll also agree with me that you realized that Mr. Garcia, according to your testimony, wanted you to be the shooter in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as a result of that, you were going to be paid $35,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were actually paid $37,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you were paid more than you were originally told, right?
Yes, sir.
And as we indicated yesterday, your testimony is that you didn't do the job that you were hired to do. You simply were, in essence, like a chauffeur, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you on Are you on any medication right now?
No, sir.
None?
Not at all.
Were you on any prescribed medication at the time of the June or the July trip?
No, sir.
Give me 1 second, Bill.
You mind?
Have you ever been diagnosed as being bipolar?
Yes, sir.
What about schizophrenic?
Yes, sir.
On the June 5th surveillance that you conducted of Dan Markel, when you said he went to the daycare, did you see him drop the kids off at the daycare?
Yes, sir.
And so he was alone at that time, correct? Because you saw him drop off the kids?
Yes, sir.
Now, you indicated that after after you called off the purpose of your trip, you drove back to Miami, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's been your testimony that from June 5th, because that's when you got back to Miami, right? June 5th, the next day?
Yes, sir.
The next night? June 5th, that there was no communication or no discussion with you and Mr. Garcia about anything else until, I believe, the 14th of July?
Yes, sir.
Would it be a fair statement to make that you made it clear, according to your testimony, that you did not want to participate in this job to Mr. Garcia, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then during your direct examination, actually, you kind of went to substantial detail to tell the members of the jury how you felt that this was an inappropriate thing to do, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. Yet, when Mr. Garcia, according to your testimony, calls you, you go rent a car immediately, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't tell him, oh man, don't you remember what I told you June 5th? I don't want to be down with this, right? You didn't say that, did you?
No, that's my best friend.
Okay, well, but he was also your best friend on June 5th, right?
I'm dead, I'm gone, I guess.
Right, so he was your best friend on June 5th as well, the same day that you said, no, I don't want to do this, and in essence, you guys left, right?
Yes, sir.
5 weeks later, he tells you, let's ride, and you immediately go and rent a car in your name, yes?
Yes, sir, I did.
How many guns did you take the second time up?
One.
One, correct?
Talking about for the murder?
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure where we at.
I'm sorry?
I just want to make sure where we at.
So you'll agree with me that on the June trip, you were extremely cautious about not leaving any kind of fingerprint, okay, or any kind of trace that you were in Tallahassee, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yet on this second trip, you rented a car, right?
Yes, sir.
And whose name did you rent the car in?
My name.
Whose hotel did you rent the hotel room in?
It says my name on it, right?
Were you taking your medication on that day? No, you weren't, right? You weren't taking any medication that day?
Not at all. Just cocaine.
So you consider cocaine to be medication?
Just medication.
Have you been taking cocaine for medication for a long time?
I've been doing cocaine since the age of 15 years old, sir.
And how old are you now?
36.
Would you say that you do cocaine on a daily basis or did cocaine on a daily basis?
No, once in a blue. Not like that. Not every day.
When you say once in a blue, what does that mean?
Maybe on a weekend, maybe in a party.
So 50 times, let's just be conservative. Once a week there's 52 weeks in a year, correct?
Yes.
Right? I
guess.
mean, that's not a trick question. There's 52 weeks in a year. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're saying that you did cocaine once a week, so that's 50 times a year, right?
Yes, sir.
For 20 years?
Yeah, I'm 36.
Okay. So about 1,000 times?
Maybe, yeah.
He didn't come here to math.
Now, have you ever testified that you believe, well, who do you believe convinced Mr. Garcia to take this job?
His wife, Katie.
Have you ever said that one of the reasons that Mr. Garcia participated in this murder for hire was that Katie McBanawa indicated that she would get back together with him if he did so.
Have I ever said that? I don't remember.
Do you remember giving a recorded statement to law enforcement on October 4th, 2016?
Yeah.
And during that time, as we indicated yesterday, you were accompanied by your attorney, correct?
Yes, sir.
As well as Detective Isom and Special Investigator Sanford, correct?
Yes, sir.
Give me a minute there.
No.
Can we come side,
Take a shot, do a squat. Yes, Katie is the girlfriend of the wife's brother. That's her. She's the co-defendant in this trial. So these are the two that are on trial right now. And he's the one testifying.
May I continue, Judge?
You may.
Thank you. So it's your testimony today, sir, that you don't recall whether or not you
We're not
indicated.
going to repeat his testimony over and over again. Let's sing it and move on.
Bam.
Will you agree with me that you believe that Ms. Magbanua was a driving force in convincing Mr. Garcia to commit this murder? That's
Yes,
that's
sir.
your testimony,
Yes,
right?
sir.
It was also your testimony yesterday that immediately after the purported after you committed the murder, that Mr. Garcia called Ms. Magbanua, correct?
That he called her?
Well, that's the first call he made after the murder, right?
That was the first call.
Okay. And you actually testified that while he was sitting next to you in the Prius, you could hear the conversation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during that conversation, I believe your testimony was something to the effect is it's done, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then it was followed up with we're getting our money the next day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Nothing about he didn't say anything to the effect of you didn't hear I did it, we're going to be back together now, right?
No, not at all.
He didn't tell Katie, listen, I did what you asked me to do. I want to be back together with you, correct?
Not at all. So he hung up the phone and that's it.
Right. And the only content of the conversation was with regards to money, right?
Yes, sir.
And you'll agree with me that prior to that, you indicated the driving force behind this was him getting back together with Katie, right?
Repeat that question again?
Sure, no problem. I just asked you, wasn't she extremely influential in having him do this, correct?
Yes, sir.
You also, and you'll agree with me that you believe that Ms. Magbanua was extremely influential in decisions with regards to Mr. Garcia, correct?
Yes, sir.
My client was crazy about Ms. Magbanua, correct?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
In love with her.
He still is.
You'll also agree with me that at the time of this situation, Ms. Magbanua wasn't dating my client.
No, not at all.
She was dating.
They were on and off.
On and off. But at the time that this took place, who was she dating?
The dentist.
You keep calling him the dentist. You know his name though, right?
Yeah, I just found out. Charlie.
Charlie. Now,
Dentist.
there was a time where you were with Mr. Garcia and you went to a restaurant in Brickell, right?
Yes, sir.
And it was at this time where you saw Ms. Magbanua with Dr. Adelson, correct? Charlie Adelson, the dentist.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever testified that you'd never seen Charlie Adelson?
I ain't never seen him a day in my life. That day we went to the restaurant, I seen Katie. I don't know who he was.
As someone that, well, let me ask you this question. As someone that is a participant, someone that deals drugs, you don't deal drugs on the corner, correct?
No.
You deal drugs to people that you know, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you know Katie McBanawa?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that Mr. Garcia was unhappy with the fact that she was dating Charlie Adelson?
Of course he was.
Would you say that Mr. Garcia liked Dr. Adelson?
Like him?
Right?
No.
Would you say that would probably be the opposite, that he disliked him?
Yeah, he disliked that man.
He disliked that man.
Yeah, just like he didn't like that man.
Right. He didn't like him. He was angry with him, right?
Yes, sir. Anybody with having a relationship, right?
Correct, but I'm talking about Mr. Garcia.
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say that he was unhappy with her relationship with the dentist, correct?
Yes, sir.
With Dr. Adelson, correct? Charlie
Yes, sir.
Adelson, right?
Yes, sir.
would it be fair to say that you'd be able to see the anger in his face, correct?
Of course.
You would see that he would be sad, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yet it's your testimony that Mr. Garcia agreed to do an act that the Adelsons wanted, right?
Yes, sir.
Judge, can I get a minute?
No.
It's your testimony that you'd never seen Charlie Adelson, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you would deny selling drugs to Charlie Adelson?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever sell drugs to Charlie Adelson?
Sustained. The objection is sustained.
Can we approach sidebar, Judge?
No. Move on.
Have third parties ever elicited you to purchase narcotics for other people?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that Mr. Garcia was involved in a motorcycle accident, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're also aware that he received a settlement as a result of this motorcycle accident, correct?
A settlement?
A settlement. He got paid.
No, I don't remember that.
You don't remember that? Are you aware, or you indicated that you would have almost daily contact with Mr. Garcia, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'll agree with me that one of the things that he did to make money would be to buy and sell cars, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how many cars he's bought and sold?
No, not at all.
Would it be more than one?
Yeah.
More than 5?
Shit, I don't remember.
The government showed you a picture of a 86 Monte Carlo, a purple one, correct?
Yes, sir.
How much did he pay for that car? Do you remember?
They no more than $3,000.
So around $3,000. And how much did he pay for that motorcycle?
Like 38, 4 grand around there.
You don't remember?
Like 38 or 4 grand between.
And it's your testimony that he gave you 37,000 out of 100?
Yes, sir.
Did you deposit any of that money in the bank?
Nope.
Did you declare any of that money on your taxes?
Nope.
Do you know how the money was given to you?
Cash.
Cash?
Yes, sir.
$100 bills, right?
Yes, sir.
Stapled together?
Yes, sir.
And it was your testimony that the day after the murder that my client and Ms. McManawa were at Jessica's house, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did Jessica know about the murder?
No, sir, not at all.
So they did the money drop off at her house, right?
Yes, sir.
So in essence, at that point, you'll agree with me, Jessica now knew what was going on.
Not at all.
You just showed up and you got, would you normally get large amounts of cash like that?
No, sir.
How much would you make on when you would do one of your jacks?
It depends.
10, 15, 20,000?
Yes, sir.
You don't consider that to be a large amount of cash?
Yes.
What's the most money you've ever made doing the robbery?
I don't know.
Well, let me ask you this. Is this the most amount of money you've ever made? And what?
Objection, Your Honor.
I overrule the picks of that question.
Is this the most amount of money you've ever made in one setting?
No, sir.
No, sir? Okay. So this is not something that Jessica wrote. This is your wife, right? Your living girlfriend, your baby mama?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So did she ever ask you where you got this money?
She never asked me nothing.
And that's because she knows that you have a code of silence, right?
Yes, sir.
Yet you exposed her, according to your testimony, to this cash exchange. Was that normal?
Repeat that again?
Sure. You exposed her to this money exchange, right?
What you mean by exposure?
She was there.
She was there.
Right?
She never seen the money, though.
She never, so they gave you a paper bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she didn't see you taking, I mean, the $100 bills were stapled together, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So did she see you taking the staples out of everything?
No, sir.
No.
Not
You went
at
to a
all.
separate room?
Nope, I left them in my car. Got the money and left.
Did you give any of this money to Jessica Rodriguez?
I gave her a few dollars, but she didn't know where it come from. She didn't, nothing.
Obviously, you don't want to get Jessica in trouble, right?
She don't know nothing. Why would I get in trouble?
Well, but I'm just asking in general. You wouldn't want her to get in trouble, correct?
I never tell her nothing.
Did Jessica? Okay, so you took a plea in this case to 19 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you're not going to serve 19 years in Florida State Prison, right?
Maybe, maybe not.
Well, your plea. Well, the answer is not, because your plea was to 19 years to run at the same time as your 151-month sentence in federal court, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's do the math here. 19 times 12 is 228. Minus 151 is 77. Divided by 12 is 6.4 years. So you're going to spend less than 6.5 years in Florida State Prison, correct?
If I do all my time in the feds. If I don't, I got to do more time in the state.
Your plea agreement, what we're talking about, not whether or not you get additional time or less time, but what you've agreed with the government. That's what I'm talking about, okay?
Yes, sir. I'm just explaining.
Okay, well, I'm asking what your plea agreement is. Your plea agreement is what you agreed to with the government, correct?
Yes, sir. I said 19.
19. So as we agreed, did you sit down and go over your plea agreement with your attorney? You did that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and he read all the portions of the plea agreement to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you began plea negotiations with the government probably in September of 2016?
Yeah.
And you were arrested, or you were charged, because you were already in prison, right?
Yes, sir.
So you were charged in, was it May or June of 2016?
I think it was June.
It was June, right? Because you remember that law enforcement came to federal prison to talk to you in May of 2016, correct?
Yeah.
And when they first asked you about this, you'll agree with me that you denied any involvement, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then from June to September, about 3 months, right?
Yeah.
You decided to become a cooperating witness with the state court, correct?
Yes,
okay. Did the government make you the 19-year offer before they spoke to you?
Did they make me?
Let me ask the question, sir. Did the government come and tell you, we're going to offer you 19 years, or did they sit down and talk to you and then make you that offer?
No, they didn't sit down and talk to me at all.
Thank you.
So at no point did you have any communication with the prosecutor?
At all.
That communication went through your attorney, correct?
Yes, sir.
Happy anniversary.
Prior to the October 4th statement that you gave that's videotaped,
Yes, sir.
did you have communication with law enforcement that was not memorialized by video?
Say that again?
Sure. Did you, you've seen the video, right? The October 4th video?
I ain't really had no, I ain't see nothing. I was in the box. So I never got to see no videos or none of that.
Let me ask it this way. Was there ever a time, okay, prior to the recording, where law enforcement asked you questions that went through your attorney, okay, and he came and discussed those questions with you, and then you told your attorney the answers, and then he would go back and tell the police?
Yes, sir.
So your attorney acted as like a mediator, okay, between law enforcement and you, right?
Well, law enforcement would be with me in there. And I talk with my lawyer.
That's not what I asked you.
But you got me confused, man. Come back.
Okay.
Come back.
Law enforcement, was there a time where you were in separate rooms with law enforcement and you were alone with your attorney?
No, law enforcement, he was in the room.
Your attorney was in the room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the police would come and talk to your attorney, and then he would come alone with you and have discussions, correct?
No, the cop was in the room as well.
Okay. Were you at the open table, or were you isolated and having a private conversation with your lawyer?
No, it was an open table. My lawyer, well, if I have a conversation with my lawyer, it's between me and my lawyer. But the detective was there.
Okay. you remember giving a deposition on January 31st, 2018? You remember me taking your deposition?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And you remember when I asked you, where prior to the recording, law enforcement, page number, I apologize, 119 lines 11 to 15. Where I asked you, where prior to the recording, law enforcement asked questions that went through your attorney, and he came and discussed them with you, and then you told your attorney the answers, and he would go back and tell the police officers, and you answered, yes, sir. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Improper impeachment.
Overruled.
You remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I asked you was, because what I asked you in that question, it appears that the answer is, well, strike that. Was this the same day as the recording? Do you remember?
What recording?
Okay. The October 4th recording. Do you recall if this is the same day?
That's, yeah.
And you'll agree with me that there are portions of your interaction, according to your own words, that were not memorialized on video, correct?
That it wasn't recorded?
Right.
I don't know if it was recorded or not.
Did they tell you at some point we're turning the camera on?
I believe every time I talk to any detective, it's getting recorded.
Now, between end of September and your statement, you took a ride down I-75 with the police, correct?
Yes, sir.
And during and the purpose of this was to see if you could retrieve the firearm that was used in this case, correct?
Yes,
Happy anniversary.
You'll agree with me that on that day, you spent multiple hours driving up and down I-75, correct?
Yes, sir.
How many miles would you say that you went from Tallahassee all the way south?
A lot of miles, I can say.
Did you get to Tampa?
Probably past Tampa.
Past Tampa. There's a real long bridge that you went over, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that multiple hours?
Yeah.
Did they feed you?
Yeah.
You didn't eat prison food, right?
No.
They got you some McDonald's or something?
Yes.
And you actually had them stop at an underpass, which you believed was where the firearm was left, correct?
Yes, sir.
And law enforcement actually found a firearm there, didn't they?
I guess.
You guessed. I mean, they showed you. We found a gun, right?
No, nobody showed me nothing.
Didn't they? But you know that they found a firearm there, right?
I heard they found a gun.
Did they show you that gun to see if that you recognize the gun to be
No,
the gun in this
sir.
case?
No, sir.
Is that did you just take law enforcement to a known dumping ground for Latin kings to dump firearms?
Latin Kings.
You're a Latin king.
Why you keep saying Latin Kings? They ain't got nothing to do with this. You're wrong. You're wrong, man. This ain't got nothing to do with no Latin Kings.
So
It
you're
got to
not
do with me, Garcia. No Latin Kings.
So you're not answering my question. My
No.
question
Ask him a
was,
straightforward question.
I said no.
Look at that.
I'm sorry?
Ask him another question. Ask him a straightforward question, not an argumentative one, please.
Give me just 1 second. Did I just receive it now? Your Honor, may I approach?
No?
Mr. Rivera, I'm showing you what's been marked as defense exhibit B. You recognize that?
Yeah.
What is that?
That's a letter.
Who sent this letter?
I did.
And does that have your signature on it?
Yes, sir.
And who did you send this letter to?
Mr. Georgia.
Is this letter in the same condition that it was when you originally sent it?
Probably.
Does it look any different? Does it look altered in any way?
No.
Judge, at this time, the defense moves was previously marked as defense exhibit 3 into evidence.
Say,
Just my general objection to them introducing evidence during my case in chief, Judge.
no specific objection.
No, Your Honor.
Let me see the exhibit.
Yes, Judge.
I'll admit it. Garcia, defense exhibit 3.
Mr. Rivera, that said November 3rd, 2016, right? The numbers up there are consistent. That's the day you sent this letter?
Yes, sir.
And that letter's addressed to Ms. Kappelman, who's the state attorney in this case, the same lady right here.
Yes, sir.
This was a letter that you intended to send her, correct?
Yes, sir.
And whose signature is this down here?
It's mine.
And it says in this letter that since you made a plea deal with the government and you told them everything they wanted to know, and you helped break the case, right? Correct?
Yes, sir.
That you've been in confinement 7 days a week, 3 hours a week to call your family, and that you want to go to general hospital, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because I have another exhibit if I may, Mr. Rivera.
You mind?
Mr. Rivera, do you recognize, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Governor Garcia's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
Is that a letter that you wrote to Ms. Kaplan?
Yes, sir.
Is that letter in the same or substantially the same condition as it was when you first sent it?
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature in the bottom right-hand corner?
Yes, sir.
Judge, at this time, I move what's previously marked as Garcia's Exhibit 4 in evidence.
Any specific objection?
Yes, Your Honor, hearsay and cumulative.
Let me see the letter.
Yes, Judge.
I'll overrule the objection and admit the letter.
Thank you, Judge.
So he's writing letters. Dallas Born Boston Bred get to 5 memberships.
Mr. Rivera, this letter went directly from you to Ms. Kaplan, correct?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You didn't send it to your attorney, correct?
No.
Welcome to new members.
In this letter, in essence, you want to get out of confinement, right?
Yes, sir.
And the reason why you said that you were in confinement was because you helped the government, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, show me what's remarked as government, I'm sorry, Subject to 4, Garcia 4. That's another letter you sent the same day, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you wrote, whose name is that?
Her name?
What's your name?
Peppermint.
What's your first name?
Georgia.
Did you write this letter?
Somebody wrote it for me.
Who wrote it?
I just rewrote it.
I'm sorry?
Somebody wrote the letter and I rewrote it.
So that's your actual handwriting?
Yeah.
And in this letter, what's the first sentence say?
Somebody wrote it for me, sir.
Right.
I can't read it.
You can't read it?
No, I had somebody write it for me. He's the one that told me about it. He wrote it for me. And I just rewrote it and sent it out.
Well, let me read it.
You don't need to read it. It's in evidence. Move on, Mr. Sangha.
Well,
Move on. I said, move on.
yes, sir.
We've done this. Put the letter down.
Judge
You
is over
testified
it.
yesterday that as a result of your cooperation, your life would be in danger, correct?
Yes, sir.
That as a result of you cooperating with the government in this case, that they were going to kill you, right?
They're trying it right now.
I'm sorry?
They're trying to do it right now.
You're here, right?
I'm talking to you, yes.
And those 2 letters that you sent Ms. Kappelman, you're asking to be put back in general population, correct?
Yes, sir.
Out of the SHU, out of protective custody.
Yes, sir.
Give me a second. Mr. Rivera, who wrote that letter for you?
The inmate.
You remember the inmate's name?
No, sir.
That inmate was in, I assume he was in the SHU in November of 2016?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what pod you were in?
G-Pod.
G-pod, okay. On July 14th, 2014, you rented the Prius and came up to Tallahassee?
We're not going to start repeating testimony, Mr.
I
Sangha.
apologize.
Go to something new.
Where did you stay?
We've done that. Move on. Something new, Mr. Sangha.
On the day in question, what time did you start following Mr. Markel?
This is something new, I said, Mr. Sangha.
Do you remember what time you got to Premier Fitness?
Repeat that again?
Sure. Mr. Markel went to the gym, right?
Yes, sir.
You know what time you got to the gym?
No.
Were you following Mr. Markel from the daycare to the gym?
Yes, sir.
And it's your testimony that you were in the car with Mr. Garcia?
Yes, sir.
You weren't in the car with another Latin King?
No, sir, man. You bring this Latin King back and forth, man. You got my life in jeopardy right now just because. And yesterday you told me about the same thing. Where's my location at? My life is in jeopardy, even worse now because now they know where I'm at. And that's protected custody.
So the answer to my question?
He answered your question. Do you have another question, Mr. Singer?
I do. How far behind Mr. Markel were you when he pulled into the gym?
To the gym?
Yeah. To Premier.
A few cars down from him.
So you were, let's say, 100 feet behind him?
Like two cars from behind him.
2 cars? Would you say 5 seconds behind him?
Yeah.
And you pulled into the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
And you testified, well, at any point did you or Sigfredo Garcia get out of the Prius?
I ain't get off the Prius at all.
Did Mr. Garcia get out of the Prius to urinate?
Yes, sir.
In the Premier parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Where were you parked where you did that?
Almost towards the street by a bush.
Was the parking lot empty or full?
I had cars around.
And by having cars around it, you mean there were a lot of cars around it?
Yes, sir.
And will you agree that there are people constantly coming in and out of the gymnasium?
Yes, sir.
And did you see someone who worked as, I don't know if they're security, but there was personnel or someone that was working on staff walking around the parking lot?
I don't remember.
Was it your plan that morning to commit the murder?
My plan?
Yes.
No.
Was this another surveillance day?
For the murder? The day of the murder? That's another day.
I'm sorry?
It's another day.
Was it your plan when you woke up in the morning that was the day you were going to commit the murder?
No, it was not my plan. We woke up and went do what we got to do.
You had not called or you had not heard anybody call saying today we're going to commit the murder, correct?
No.
After Mr. Markel leaves the gym and you follow him, you pull out, when you see him pulling towards his neighborhood, you pull into another direction, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he's
Because
on
you don't
it,
want him
like-
to be seeing you behind him, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you pull up into 2116 Trescott Ave, right behind his car that's in the garage,
Yes, sir.
and that's where Mr. Markel's killed.
Yes, sir.
And it's your testimony that you are not the shooter.
Yes, sir.
Is there anybody else that could testify to who the shooter is?
That's not an appropriate question, Mr. Singer.
Was there anybody else in the car with you?
Garcia was on the car with me.
Anybody other than Garcia?
Nobody else.
So you'll agree that you're the only person that can
Let's go
testify.
sidebar, please.
It's crazy because it's like Dean said, like the DAs aren't even having to object. Like the judge is like, that's not appropriate. He's already answered that. Let's move on. Like they're not even like they're just sitting back. Like I'm gonna let y'all handle this. It's interesting. This trial is gonna be. It's gonna be something. Oops.
We can find a stopping point, but I guess we're going to need to take a break. We'll let y'all step out 15 minutes.
Okay.
What was it?
Out of Miami.
What did you get your certificate in so that you could work at Coastal Masonry?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Wait, this went to. This is for. Oh, I guess he was.
Everybody be seated, please. Singer.
This judge is good. Own it,
I
doggone it.
apologize. I remember where I am.
All right, here we go. This is the last part of
May I proceed, Judge?
You may.
Thank you.
his testimony.
Mr. Rivera, you were charged with first-degree murder, correct?
Pretty sure.
Yes, sir.
And the government had sought to ask a jury to put you to death, correct?
Yes, sir.
Seeking the death penalty, right?
Yes, sir.
And were you aware that one of the aggravators that a jury can consider in determining the death penalty is gang affiliation?
Repeat that question,
Sure,
please.
no problem. Were you aware that one of the aggravating factors that a jury can consider in determining whether or not they're going to choose life or death is whether or not someone has gang affiliation? Did your lawyers discuss that with you?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. But as a result of your negotiated plea, you received a charge of second-degree murder, not first-degree murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And obviously, your exposure to the death penalty was no longer something you had to be concerned about with regards to this prosecution, correct?
Yes, sir.
Judge, at this point, I'll tender the witness with the right to recall Mr. Rivera.
McMillan.
If I may position for,
What's that?
if I may set up the court.
Sure.
Mr. Walker.
May it please the court, counsel. Mr. Rivera, you've known Sigfredo Garcia since you guys were kids, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I believe you said on direct examination yesterday, you've known him since you were 5 to 6 years old. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
You went to the same school as Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What school is that?
Biscuit Elementary. Biscuit Elementary?
And then did you end up going to, is it high school that comes next?
No, middle school.
Middle school? I didn't go to school here, so I don't know. So middle school, and you completed middle school?
No.
When did you drop out of school?
I was on and off school. I was going to JMI Opportunity School.
Okay, so you went to the JMI Opportunity School, and what grade did you complete there?
I think I was in the 6th grade over there.
Okay. You also, after, were able to complete a certificate at Turner Tech in Miami, correct?
Turner Tech, no.
It wasn't Turner Tech? What was it?
Out of Miami.
What did you get your certificate in so that you could work at Coastal Masonry?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, it's Turner Tech, right?
Yeah,
I got that
Turner
right.
Tech. Yes, ma'am.
So you all,
Slide forward just a little bit, please, Mr. Rivera.
so you were also able to go to a secondary institution and obtain a certificate,
Yes, ma'am.
and that was in?
Turner Tech, William Turner Tech High School.
But what was the certificate?
A masonry.
Okay, and you had to take an exam, right?
I didn't. The exam is laying blocks.
Okay.
You gotta lay block.
Now, even though you were really close with Sigfredo, you were not close with Catherine McBanwell, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a fair characterization that you only hung out with her because she was dating Sigfredo on and off?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's remember the names, please.
Oh, full names. I apologize, Your Honor. Now, Catherine McBanwell and Sigfredo Garcia were dating on and off for 10 years, correct? About?
About, yeah.
And they had 2 children together.
Yes, ma'am.
You know about these kids. You've met them before.
Yes, ma'am.
One is their son, Ethan,
Yes, ma'am.
and then they have a daughter, Kaylee.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in 2013, correct me if I'm wrong, this was the time that Catherine McBanwell kicked Sigfredo Garcia out of her house. Does that sound about right?
I don't remember.
Okay. This was a time when she was living with her kids and her mother in North Bay Village. Sound familiar?
Yes, ma'am.
So that would be around a correct assessment, 2013?
I don't remember the year.
Okay. But you do remember that big breakup where she kicked him out?
Yeah.
Okay. And even though Sigfredo Garcia was broken up with Catherine McBanwell, he didn't abandon his kids, did he?
Never.
Never. Family comes first, right?
Always.
Always. And he would still help Catherine McBanwell take care of the kids.
Of course.
And that's because at that time, you remember, Catherine McBanwell was working in the clubs.
Yes, ma'am.
You remember that?
Yeah.
And Sigfredo Garcia actually had to help because she was working at night. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
She needed him to watch the kids.
He's a good father.
He's a good father. And he would do that, right?
Of course.
So
Kids.
is it fair to say that even though they were broken up, they were always in constant communication because of the kids?
Of course.
Now let's talk about where if you know, where Sigfredo Garcia would get his money from. Because it's fair to say he didn't have a steady job, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, at the time when there was this separation between them, he was doing a lot of cocaine, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he was drinking a lot.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is because he was kind of messed up about the breakup, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And if there's something that I say that's not correct, you let me know, okay, Mr. Rivera?
I will let you know.
Okay. Now, isn't it true at this time that Sigfredo was selling cocaine?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you get paid when you're selling cocaine?
How do you get paid when you're selling cocaine?
Yeah, people don't pay you in check.
In stapled money.
May proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Rivera, now you had a job, a pretty good job at Coastal Masonry, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What is Coastal Masonry?
It's a block company.
And you do primarily construction work, correct?
15 years, yes, ma'am.
And that would be my next question. How long did you work at Coastal Masonry?
15 years straight.
And you were actually working at that job when you were arrested on the federal case in 2015, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And you even got Sigfredo Garcia a job at Coastal Masonry, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this was the time frame, correct me if I'm wrong, is in between the two trips.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you had to fire him.
Yes, ma'am.
Why'd you have to fire him?
Drinking on the job.
And you fired him before you went to on the second trip, correct?
I don't remember.
You had to get time off for the second trip, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You had to call your boss and ask him. He didn't have to because he wasn't working there.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, around the time of the June trip, the first trip is what I'm going to keep calling it, okay? So that we can keep the two separate. Sigfredo did not have a job at that time.
No, ma'am, I don't think so.
And at that time, Katie, like you said, was dating the dentist, is what you called him.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And you knew what his name was at the time because Sigfredo Garcia told you what his name was.
I think I remember his name. We just call him the dentist. That was his name.
The only way you could have known the name would have been from Sigfredo Garcia.
He said it was the dentist.
Okay.
Never gave me a name.
He never gave you a
later
name.
on in the future.
All right. You recall getting a deposition in this case in March of this year in Tucson, Arizona?
Yeah.
Remember I was there? That's the first time we met?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. DeCoste was there?
Yes, ma'am.
Remember the court reporter that was there?
Yes, ma'am.
And she took down everything we said?
Yes, ma'am.
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before you gave that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The same oath that you took today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm referring court and counsel to the March 22nd deposition, page 31. And I'm starting at line 16 down to 24. Question. Did he give you at the time any specifics with who? Answer. Yes, he told me the dentist. I forgot his name. He said his name. I'm bad with names. He said the dentist. We'll just keep it like that. Did he tell you it was our boss? Yes. You remember telling us that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that accurate? You told us that he did tell you the name at the time, but you just couldn't remember.
I'm bad with names.
And you referred to him as her boss. He eventually became her boss. That's how Sigfredo would refer to him as, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's common knowledge amongst everyone that knew Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine McBanwell that she was working for Charlie Adelson, the dentist.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you said on cross-examination, Sigfredo Garcia was very jealous of Charlie Adelson.
Yes, ma'am.
He was very angry that they were dating, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to talk to you about that incident where you were in a truck with Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
Whose truck was that?
Sigfredo.
Was that a Dodge truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Black truck?
Yes.
All right. And you didn't know where you were going when he picked you up, right?
No, ma'am.
All of a sudden you're parking and you are observing Catherine McBanwell eating with someone, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Isn't it true that Sigfredo Garcia said, look at Katie over there with the dentist?
Yes, ma'am.
Didn't he say, I feel like taking my truck and running these motherfuckers over to the restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
He also said, I should get this truck and just smash them and run their asses over while they're eating.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's fair to say that he was angry.
Yes, he was.
You had to talk him down. Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
You had to stop him from running them over.
I was in that truck. I was not going to do nothing like that.
And they didn't even know that you guys were there. Or you don't have any indication that they knew that you were there, right?
Didn't know if they knew we were there or not.
Okay. I mean, no one jumped out the car and approached them or anything like that.
No, ma'am.
Now, at this time too, when this breakup is going on, isn't it true that Sigfredo Garcia was dating who you termed as Shrimp?
Shrimp. Yes, ma'am.
Isn't her real name Stephanie Carmona?
I ain't know her name.
The other nickname is Tati, is what
I
you
know
know her?
I know Tati, yeah.
What does she do for a living?
Like stripper.
Overruled.
A stripper. Like
Okay.
dance.
And he started dating her, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, he actually moved into her apartment.
Yes, ma'am.
Where was her apartment?
I must sustain the relevance objection at this point. Move on, please.
And Your Honor, it would be over my objection because there was no objection.
Well, I earlier denied her relevance objection. I think it's reached a point where I agree it's become irrelevant, so I'm sustaining her objection.
Now, in 2015, when the accident happened with Shrimp on the back, right? The bike accident.
Yeah.
Shrimp was on the bike with Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And this was in January of 2015?
I don't remember the month.
But it was in 2015?
Yeah, before I got locked up.
Before you got locked up, okay. And Catherine McBanwell did not approve of his relationship with this woman, did she?
What you mean approve? Like, she ain't want to with him?
Well, yes. I mean, she wasn't happy. She wasn't okay with him dating Shrimp, was she?
No, I guess.
Or you don't know?
I don't really know, to be honest.
But Mr. Garcia and Shrimp were still together in 2015 because they were on the bike together.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, your daughter, you have a daughter that was born in June of 2014, correct?
Yeah,
Lulu.
June 27th.
And so I don't say your name. We can refer to her as Lulu is her nickname, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Lulu was actually born on June 27th of 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
That is right dab smack in the middle of the two trips, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So it'd be fair to say that that's a good reference point for your memory because you remember your daughter being born, right?
Of course.
And your daughter actually was born with a hole in her heart, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she was in the hospital for a while.
Yes.
You were there every day.
Yes.
You remember that happening.
Of course.
All right. And of course you were there because you know how important it is to be a father to someone's kids, right? To your kids.
Of course, my baby girl.
Right. You don't only have one kid, do you?
No, ma'am.
How many do you have?
I got 5.
All right. And you take your role as father seriously?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, before we go any further, I would like to go over a timeline because I think this is going to assist. And this is just, I'm just going to be dealing with the different statements that you've given in this case. And Your Honor, I just want to make sure you can see. Okay, you ready? Now, before I go into the details of your participation in Dan Markel's execution, let's start with where all your statements were, okay? May 27th of 2016, you were in a federal detention center, Coleman in Orlando, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. At this point, you're already sentenced to 12 years in prison on your federal case.
12 and a half.
12 and a half, okay, thank you. And you were, and this is a conviction for conspiracy, right?
Yes,
Okay. And we'll get back to those details. But on that date, okay, 2 detectives came to speak to you at Coleman, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And they specifically asked you about your involvement in a homicide in Tallahassee, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You flat out denied knowing anything about no murder.
Of course.
Okay, so on 5/27, it's fair to say you gave no information.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. They read you your rights?
That day they see me, no.
They did not read you your rights?
Sure. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, does it, I mean, you know what your rights are.
Of course.
All right, so, but you don't know if,
I just don't remember.
all right, and you knew that that statement was recorded.
Everything is recorded.
All right, and I know you say that, but just to make sure it's clear for the jury, I'm going to ask, and you need to let me know if you think it was recorded or you know it was recorded, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So did you know that on 5/27 it was recorded?
I think everything is recorded.
Okay, so it's a think.
Everything is recorded.
Everything is recorded, okay. Did you see a tape recorder or anything in front of you?
They hide everything.
Okay, they had everything, they're the FBI. So let's now move on to what happens next. Then after 5/27, you denied everything, right? Were you then charged with the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You, along with Sigfredo Garcia, are then transferred to Leon County, where you are right now, detention facility,
Yes, ma'am.
to face the charges, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And isn't it true that your warrant and everyone's warrant was released to the media?
Yes, ma'am.
Because your family called you and told you about it, right?
Of course.
And they spoke to you about all of the state's theory of what they thought the case was, right?
Yes, ma'am.
They could read it for themselves.
Yeah.
And Mr. Zangané brought out, you were made very well aware of the fact that the state was seeking the death penalty against you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
They were trying to kill you,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Now, your case is set for trial, all right? And you are appointed a lawyer by the state,
Yes, ma'am.
and that would be Mr. Collins.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you had 2 Collins representing you. Do you remember who was the primary attorney on your case?
Chuck Collins.
Chuck Collins, okay. Just I want to make sure I'm referring to the correct one, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, before you took your plea, you and your lawyer went over all your evidence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you're not going to take a plea unless you know what the evidence is against you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And your lawyer is under an obligation to go over all of the evidence with you.
Of course.
Did he show you any videos or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
No?
No.
Okay, but you went over at least all the reports and everything that was written down?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's because when you take a plea, courts ask, do you understand what the evidence is against you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, so now we're moving to August 8th, okay? You signed a proffer agreement on August 8th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, that had your signature on it, and it basically said that whatever you were going to tell the prosecution, you had immunity for it. Is that correct?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. Okay, so I have the document in front of me, and is it fair to say that the document, if your signature is on it, would be an accurate reflection of what it said?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to move on just for now, and then we'll take that up a little later, all right? But your understanding was, I mean, let me know, you were just going to talk to them without any protection?
Yeah. I need no protection. Like, I wouldn't worry about protection, but now that all that came out to the media and everybody knows, I need protection.
Okay, and just so that while I have you on the stand, just to make sure, Your Honor, may I approach? Just for him to identify something, I'm not moving anything better.
You giving this a number?
Mr. Rivera, I'm showing you what has been marked as a defense exhibit. It's defense exhibit number 3. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
You see what I'm showing you? Is this the first time you've ever seen this before?
No, ma'am.
Okay, this signature right here, is that your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, now, let's talk about the setup on that day, all right? So you agreed to talk to the prosecution. This is August 8th, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your lawyer was there,
Yes.
and you were in a room with your lawyer, right?
Yes.
And the prosecutor and the investigator were actually in the other room. Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't remember the questions that they asked you?
No, ma'am.
You don't remember the answers that you gave?
No.
But you do remember that there was a back and forth.
Yes, ma'am.
And then before you would give your responses, you discussed it with your attorney. He would then give the answer over, and then it would just kind of go like a tennis match, right? Now, at that time on August 8th, okay, and we put question marks because you don't remember what you said and what they said, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you and the prosecutor, one thing we know, were not able to come to an agreement at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
That's true, right?
That's true.
So your case is continuing in the trial path.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Then you have another meeting like that, the one I just described with the prosecutors in late September. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Now I'm going to ask you again, just so the record is clear, that wasn't recorded either, or it was?
Everything's recorded to my knowledge.
Okay. So then the next day on September 30th of 2016, isn't it true that Detective Isom and Agent Sanford came to the Jefferson County Jail to take a statement from you? You remember that? Or did they pull you out of the jail? You tell me.
No, I was in the jail.
You were in the jail when they took, this was before you go on the ride along with them?
Yeah.
Okay, so on that timeline, they meet with you in the jail and you provide them with a statement, right?
Yeah.
And the detectives are asking you all these questions, right?
Yeah.
But it's not recorded.
Oh, I don't know about that. It's just like I told you, to me, my knowledge, everything's recorded.
Do you remember if Detective Isom or Agent Sanford, you know who those individuals are, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you remember if you saw them taking down notes?
I can't remember.
Okay. Now, after that meeting, isn't it true that you said you wanted 15 years for this?
Yeah.
Now, 15, I mean, you're already serving 12.
Yes, ma'am.
And so 3 would just be, I mean, if you get the gain time, if you do, you know, it's going to kind of line up. You wouldn't really spend too much time in state custody, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You tell them at that time that Garcia is the shooter, Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the very next day, or it's not the next day, I think it's October 2nd, they actually come back to you and say that they're willing to offer you 19, right?
I think they tried to offer 25 and I denied it.
Okay. But then after October 1st, they came back to you and now the deal was had at 19 years.
19, yeah.
Did they tell you what happened on October 1st?
No.
Did they?
I don't remember.
You know that Katie was arrested on that day? After you spoke to them?
I don't think so. I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. Now, at that time, you sign an agreement, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the plea cooperation deal that you made with the state, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's actually a signed document with your signature on it.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sure your lawyer went over it with you, right?
Yes.
And it spells out what is expected of you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you remember the details of that proffer agreement?
No, ma'am.
That cooperation agreement? You do not, okay? So, but you do remember signing it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'm going to come back to that a little later, all right? So let's now talk now, and the final remaining statements, just so that I get your agreement on them so that we know it's accurate. November 29th, 2016, you meet in front of a grand jury to provide sworn testimony, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You remember doing that?
Yes, ma'am.
Then on January 31st of 2018, you provided a depo to Mr. Zangane, deposition.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, where he sat down and he was asking you questions with a court reporter, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then on March 22nd, 2019, that's when we took your deposition, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Same rules applied. You understand what your responsibilities were to tell the truth, correct?
Yes.
And I want to make sure I didn't miss anything out. I did leave one out. Actually, the only recorded statement that the cops took. On October 4th, after you've cut the deal, right? You, Detective Isom and Agent Sanford and your lawyers finally sit down in a room, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And record your statement for the first time. According to them, it's the first recording we have of your statement.
I guess, I don't know.
I think he answered the question that he doesn't know. He presumed everything was recorded.
It's the same.
Okay. Have you seen that recording?
No.
You know that recording was released to the media?
Yes, my family saw me.
Your family saw it, right? Now, your family, who is the closest one you're to?
My sister.
Your sister, which one? Maria?
Yes, ma'am.
Maria Rivera, she is your closest sibling, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, so now we're going to start jotting some things down, and I want to keep this very organized with trip 1 and trip 2, okay? Now, isn't it true that around this time in 2014, you were using Molly like candy?
I was using Molly like candy.
Mm-hmm.
Not like candy, but I use it.
You remember giving a statement in the deposition in Arizona? When I was there, Mr. DeCosta was
Yeah, I
there?
know you were there.
Okay.
I remember you being there. I ain't forget that.
You never said that?
I said I did not forget you being there.
Okay. Is it your testimony you did not say that?
No, I did.
Oh, you did say it. Okay. So
I took Molly, but not like candy. I don't remember saying like candy, but I don't remember saying like candy, but I took Molly.
Okay. So I am going to refer the court and count as all counsels to page 41. So what about Molly? Starting at line 4 and ending at 7. So what about Molly? MDMA. Oh yeah, Molly. We'll take Molly like candy. I forgot about Molly. Remember that?
I just said I forgot about it.
Okay. You also were doing cocaine.
Yep.
Now, I want to start, the major thing is the first time you found out from Sigfredo Garcia that you were going to Tallahassee to execute a man that you did not know. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
In direct examination, I don't know how we're going to do this because you testified to 2 things. At first, you testified that you found out that it was a murder on the way up to Tallahassee. Remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then on cross-examination with Mr. Zangane, you testified that you found out about it when you reached Tallahassee. You remember that?
I said that yesterday?
Yep.
No,
Oh.
That's an improper question. The jury will remember what was said. It's not for you to say what was said, Ms. Kawaj.
Okay. Now, on November 29th of 2016, you provided grand jury testimony, correct?
Yesterday, my grandma died. Yes, I remember.
You remember. And there was a court reporter there. She took down everything you said. You knew what your obligation was, which is to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was actually almost 3 years ago. It was 3 years ago.
3 years ago.
Okay. Now, on that date, you remember that you said, I found out about it on half the way up. Remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, on September 30th of 2016, you told the detectives that you found out about the murder on the departure date, but you got more details on the drive up. You remember telling them that?
I don't remember.
All right. Then on 10/4, the recorded statement, you said you found out before you even left Miami and even before Garcia rented the car, correct?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember saying that on the recorded statement?
I don't remember.
Okay. So we'll take that up a little later. Now on January 31st, you then go back and say that you find out about the murder on the drive up. You were by Orlando. You remember that?
I don't remember for real.
Okay, so now you don't remember what you said in the depositions?
No, it's been 5 years ago. I can't remember all this.
Well, let's talk about the deposition that you gave a few months ago with me in March of 2019.
Let's go.
You said you found out the murder halfway up on the drive.
Yeah, I remember telling you that.
Now, Sigfredo Garcia told you on several occasions, on your different statements, that Wendy Adelson was the person financing this murder for hire thing. Is that true?
Repeat the question again, please.
That Sigfredo Garcia told you that Wendy Adelson was a person financing this murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But on 9:30, when you were talking to the detectives, you referred to her as the woman with 2 kids that wanted her ex-husband killed. Remember you told them that?
Yes, ma'am.
Then on 10:4, you said Sigfredo Garcia told you that he got the money from the lady and he never said her name. That's what you said on 10:4, right?
I don't remember.
Don't remember. Then on 11:29, that's when you say that Garcia told you that the money came from Wendy.
Yeah.
Then on January 31st, you said Sigfredo said again that Wendy was going to pay. Remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
But then in March of 2019, you told us the dentist's sister wants her kids back. That's what you said.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, on the drive up, you previously testified that Sigfredo was constantly on the phone with Catherine on the drive up.
He was on the phone from time to time with Catherine.
Okay, so your words back then were constantly on the phone. So is your testimony today, because this is important, is that he was sometimes on the phone with her?
He was on the phone. He was on the phone.
A lot?
Yeah.
Okay. That will be reflected on his phone records, right?
Should be.
It should be. Okay.
Not if you got a throwaway phone.
Did he have a throwaway phone?
Yes, ma'am.
But he only had one phone, right?
That one phone's a throwaway phone.
Just the throwaway phone.
Yes, ma'am.
What was the other phone that he had that was connected to the actual line that he had? Describe it for me.
We had 2 phones. I had 2 phones. He got 2 phones.
What phone did you have?
I got 2 phones.
I know you had 2 phones, but one was an iPhone, right?
Both of them was iPhone.
Oh, okay. So do you remember what type of phone he had? I know you said that there's a throwaway.
A flip phone.
A flip phone.
Yeah.
Okay. But you clearly remember that on the trip, the phone that he had
was a flip phone.
Was a flip phone that's not the burner phone.
That is a burner phone.
That is the burner phone.
Yes, ma'am.
The one that's not connected to the line that everybody knows.
But yes.
Okay. Now, on every single statement that you've ever made, except for the ones where you don't remember and that you denied everything, up until yesterday, you have consistently said that Garcia drove the entire drive up on the first trip.
Yes, ma'am.
It's only until they showed you the traffic ticket that you got that you changed and said, oh, wait, I may have driven on the first trip.
Yeah, I drove the other half. I didn't remember. It's been a long time. I really didn't remember. But yeah, I did drive the other half. We had stopped. Like, I'm tired. Take the other half. And I took the other way all the way up.
Okay, but if I go through each one of those statements, it will say that you said Garcia drove the entire way up.
I could say that I said it. I didn't remember.
Okay,
but I got the ticket.
Until you got the ticket.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, your lawyer didn't go over that with you? The ticket?
Yeah.
He did go over it with you? Okay.
But I thought I got the ticket on the Prius.
But it says the car that you have on the ticket.
I know, but I was confused.
Now, one thing that may have affected your ability to remember things is, let's talk about how much drugs you were using on the trip, okay? Now, you testified that you were, I mean, I don't know how much 15 grams are, but that sounds to me like it's a lot of cocaine. Is it a lot?
Not really.
It's not a lot? Okay. How much would that street value
That's
be?
a half an ounce.
Half an ounce. Okay, that I can better visualize how much that is. Okay. Now, it wasn't just cocaine, though. I know yesterday you said you weren't smoking weed, but that's not true, is it?
No, I didn't smoke no weed. I was on probation. I couldn't smoke weed.
Okay. So your testimony today is you did not smoke weed, right?
No, I didn't smoke no weed.
Okay. You gave a statement, a recorded statement to the detectives in this case on October 4th of 2016, correct?
Yeah.
The detectives were there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Your lawyer was there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, before they even put you on record, they explained to you what the consequence was for lying, right?
Yes, ma'am.
They explained to you that you'd be facing a misdemeanor perjury charge is what they told you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now I'm referring court and counsel because it's recorded, right? And you told the truth at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. To page 14 of the October statement, starting at line 12 and finishing at line 16. And I said, all right, let's ride. Got in the car and he drove. I was on the passenger side. I was rolling a blunt and we drove. I was drinking the whole night that way.
I don't think I smoked. I can't remember. I don't think I smoked because I was on probation.
But you were drinking and driving while you were on probation.
Yeah, you can drink it. Don't come out of my P test.
Can you possess a firearm while you are on probation?
No, not at all. You can't do nothing when you're on probation.
But you possessed a firearm though.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Sigfredo Garcia was also drinking and doing drugs as well too, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you weren't taking any medication at that time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, the next thing I want to ask you, and this is on the first trip, is about the paper that you said Sigfredo Garcia pulled out. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I think you said that it had a picture on it.
Yes, ma'am.
And that there was an address on it, is what you think it was.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? And no one asked you, but what did the picture look like?
Excuse me?
What did the picture look like?
A picture of him.
I know. Describe it.
A regular piece of paper.
Okay.
Put a picture of him and the address.
It was in black and white or color?
Black and white. I think so.
Now, you had no idea who Dan Markel was at that time?
I don't know.
You didn't even know the name?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, on September 30th of 2016, you told the detectives it was a color picture.
I told him, is it black and white or color? I did not remember. I told him just like that.
Hold on, because I need to write this down because it's not recorded. That you told the detectives it was either a color
Or black and white.
picture or a black and white. You didn't know. That's what you told them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, on October 4th, 2016, you said it was black and white, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. But in deposition with me, you described this in detail that it was in color.
I couldn't remember if it was black and white. So y'all kept just throwing at me. So I told you it was black. I told you it was in color.
So you weren't truthful when you told me that?
Yeah, I was truthful, but I couldn't remember if it was black and white or in color. Just like I told the detective and I told you.
But just so that it's clear, because I'm not understanding right now, you answered my question.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said it was in color.
Yes, ma'am.
Remember at the end of the deposition, I asked if there's anything you needed to change?
Yes, ma'am.
You also remember if I said if there's anything important that you need to change, you let me know?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you didn't do that?
I don't have your,
That would be in the, what are we on, the color? Oh, that would be on the March deposition at page 87. You're welcome.
87?
87. Just make sure I don't want to be leaving anyone. Hold on. 10-4. 322. And I want to make sure the record is clear.
Judge, I'm going to object improper impeachment. I don't think this is inconsistent. I'll ask that the answer be read correctly.
Let's ask, let's be verbatim, read the question.
Yes,
and the
hold on,
answer.
Your Honor, because I don't have it highlighted.
Line 24 is what I'm looking
Oh, okay, yes, I'll read it. Thank you, Ms. Catamel. So at the end of page 87 and the beginning of page 88, was the picture in color or black and white? Shit, sorry. It's been a while. That's in the transcript, Judge. Probably was in color. I think he had a white shirt on. I'm not too sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now let's talk about, I think we already talked about the cell phones. You had 2 and he had 1.
Yes, ma'am.
This is on trip 1, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now the next topic I want to talk about is the number of guns that you brought on the trip, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Now we've already established that you're on probation in Miami-Dade at this time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And even though you testified in court that you found out on the trip up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's not true because you actually got the gun before you left. Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So before even leaving, you went and obtained the firearm that was used to kill Dan Marquel.
Yes, ma'am.
And the reason you went and got another gun is because the gun that Sigfredo Garcia showed you, you said that wasn't good for a killing, correct?
I said it was a big ass gun.
And that it would blow someone's brains out, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you told him.
Yes, ma'am.
So you then suggested, let me go find a better gun to kill someone else.
He told me to find a smaller one, and I went and got another one.
Okay. So you go into the street, right? This is the day of the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, no, this is the day before you leave on the first trip. And you go to some kid in Overtown, is what you said? Okay. You don't know this person's name?
No, ma'am.
We'll never be able to find them?
No, ma'am.
But you bought a gun from him in cash?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So way before you even leave, you know what you're going to Tallahassee to do.
To rob somebody. I think we're gonna go rob somebody.
So even still now, your testimony is that you didn't know it was a murder until you went up?
Until I got in that car and we spoke about it going up there.
But couldn't you only use one gun for a robbery? Why you need 2?
There's 2 people.
So?
Me and him.
You can just, if you're gonna take someone's money, you just need to point one gun at them, right?
What happened if they pull on you?
You have got your gun?
Who took the 2 gun, ma'am?
Okay, well, you're the expert. So, now, not only did you buy the gun before you left, you went and bought the bullets, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But we'll talk about that when we get to the second trip. So, you come up to Tallahassee now, and you have been consistent that 2 guns on the first trip. Everybody had 2 guns, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Mr. Zanganeh put up on the projector your phone records. You saw that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you know that the prosecution, and you know from the evidence, that they have your phone records of you pinging up in Tallahassee.
Yes, ma'am.
Your lawyer went over that with you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And would you be surprised for me to tell you that you were only on the first trip in Tallahassee one night?
I can't remember that.
Okay, but would the phone records be more accurate? Because they can't change the phone records, right?
Guess not.
Okay, so we can rely on the phone records as to how long you really stayed in Tallahassee.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. One thing we do know is that you did get a traffic ticket at around 9 o'clock in the morning. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So the map situation. All right, so yesterday you testified that he didn't need a map?
Nobody never asked me for no map. He said, electronic.
Okay, so you know on 9:30 you told the detectives, no need for a map at all, he drove straight to the hotel.
No, I think I told him we stopped and got a map in the store.
Okay, so another thing you told the detectives was that you stopped
And got a map.
and got a map, okay. Okay. Now, another thing that you testified to is Garcia scoping out Dan Markel's house.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're sure that this happened on the first trip?
No, I'm not sure.
Now you're not sure, okay. Now, I want to ask you about something else that you talked about. Well, I'm actually can't remember if you talked about. Was there an incident in Tallahassee where you pulled 2 guns on 4 people?
Objection, relevance?
Overruled.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know if that was the first trip or the second trip?
First trip.
First trip. Okay. So let's talk about that. Garcia had left the hotel room,
I'll
right?
sustain the objection at that point.
Your Honor, may we go?
Sustain the objection.
Can we go sidebar?
No. Move on.
You never mentioned that incident to the detectives in September, did you?
Objection.
Sustain.
Okay. So now let's talk about the second trip. You knew from the first trip, because you testified on this on direct, that Dan Markel was a father, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You knew he had 2 kids.
Yes, ma'am.
So in the month span between the first trip and the second trip, you yourself had a baby, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then when Sigfredo Garcia came to you to ask you to go back to Tallahassee to execute this father, you had no problem with it, did you?
That's my best friend. I took the ride with him.
So you
He
had
said
no
he wouldn't
problem with
trust
it.
me, so I took the ride with him.
So you had no problem with it.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't call the police? Did
No.
you? You didn't try to talk him down like you did with the car.
No, ma'am.
And you probably could have, but you didn't.
No, ma'am.
So now you're driving up to Tallahassee to kill this man that you don't know. And correct me if I'm wrong, in between that time, you never had any face-to-face meetings with Catherine.
No, ma'am.
Okay, never even spoke to her.
Nope.
Okay, so before you leave on this trip, you go and rent the Prius.
Yes, ma'am.
It's in your name.
Yes, ma'am.
You drove.
Yes, ma'am.
The gun used to kill Dan Markel, that was your gun, right?
Got a bottom in the corner. Yes, ma'am.
The one you bought.
Yeah.
The
Not
one
my gun.
The one you bought the bullets for.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The gun, the other gun, what do you call it, the long nose?
Yes, ma'am.
That wasn't used.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now let's talk about how many guns were taken on the second trip. How many guns were on the second trip?
I think we took 1.
Okay, so your testimony today is that you think you took 1.
Yeah.
Okay. You remember giving a deposition, in this case on January 31st of 2018 with Mr. Zanganeh?
Yeah, I remember taking a decision with him.
Okay. And you swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth like you're doing today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Court and Counsel, page 94. Lines 3 to 10. Garcia, he had the gun, the little small one, the black one, not the long nose. No, he busted. Who had the long nose? He did. He had both of them by his leg. He had both guns? Yeah.
That was the first trip.
Would you like me to go back further and give you a little more context?
No, ma'am.
Because this is when you were talking about the shooting of the hole in the bottom of the Prius.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's the second trip. And Your Honor, I can hear Ms. Kappelman saying things behind me. If we could ask her to just keep it down. Okay, thank you. Okay, now, on this second trip, isn't it true that you brought with you masks and hoodies?
Yeah, I always kept them in my car regardless.
Okay, but you brought them with you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And this would be in an attempt to conceal your identity?
Yes, ma'am.
But you never told the detectives about that on 9:30, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. You didn't tell them about it in September?
I don't remember.
Okay, we'll make it easy. The first time you ever talked about bringing hoods and masks and all of these things was January 31st, right?
I think I brought them, but I don't remember telling them nothing about no mask.
So I can ask the detectives.
Oh, you can ask them.
All Another thing that you testified to now, how was Mr. Garcia's phone communication with Miss McManuel on the ride out? They talk a lot?
Yeah.
How much?
I don't remember.
Okay, and all of this will be reflected on his phone, or did he have a throwaway phone this time?
He had a throwaway phone.
Okay, and how did you know it was Catherine McManuel he was talking to?
He's the only person he talked to is her. He don't talk to nobody else.
He doesn't talk to his girlfriend Shrimp?
Not in that phone.
Doesn't talk to his mom?
No.
Okay, so the only phone number in his phone records should be Catherine's, right?
I mean, if he, on the throwaway phone, you ain't gonna find. I don't think you'll find some phone numbers.
Well, then Catherine wouldn't be calling him on his regular phone if she knows about the throwaway, right?
She called him the throwaway. They have
Okay.
a throwaway phone.
So there should be no records of any calls with Catherine on his real phone.
I can't tell you that.
What was Catherine McManuel's phone number back then?
The last four, I can tell you, I think it was 13, 16, or 16, 17, around there.
Okay. Now, the first day on the second trip, okay, you say that you went and you scoped out the house, right?
The first trip?
Second trip now. I'm done with the first trip. We'll just focus on the second trip, okay? So now you've driven up to Tallahassee with Garcia. You guys are in the Prius, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And day one, you scope out Dan Markel's house.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There's a couple times where you actually see him going and you follow him to the daycare, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you see him drop his kids off, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you don't abandon the plan.
No, ma'am.
Now, the very next day, which would be the Thursday, the day before the murder, isn't it true that you say that you saw Wendy Adelson walking on Trescott Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
This is the street of Dan Markel's house.
Yes, ma'am.
You remember that this took place before 12 p.m., correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And what you saw was she was 2 houses down from Markel's house with the boys, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You say that you guys come face to face with each other.
Face to face. I'm in the car driving.
Right. But
She's walking.
She's walking. So
I can see to my rear mirror. I looked at her. I can see her to my rear mirror looking at the car.
So just so I can picture it in my mind, are you guys walking in the same direction or is she walking towards you?
We're not walking. I'm in the car driving.
No, I
She's
know,
walking.
I apologize. So you're driving. Are you driving towards her face to face?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I was asking you. And you testified today that she got on the phone as soon as you passed her.
Yes, ma'am.
And then she then walked up into Dan Markel's house.
Yes.
That you remember her with the boys walking up into Dan Markel's
I think
house?
she had passed his house. I can't remember. I'm not even saying that. I can't remember.
Okay, so you know where I'm going with this. You know you didn't say that in any of your statements, right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember that you say, so at this point, you see this woman and you say you recognize that she's staring at you. So you bring it to Mr. Garcia's attention, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What was his response?
That's that lady. That's the lady with the kids.
Okay. So he didn't even say her name.
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know you remember giving the recorded statement on October 4th of 2016 with the detectives? The one that's online?
No.
You don't remember?
I remember the recording, but
you said that Sigfredo told you that's Wendy and that she came to make sure everything is all right.
I just told you I don't remember.
So you don't remember that either. Is that what your testimony is today?
The day of when I had with the detective, I remember telling him that, but right now I'm telling you I don't remember. You refresh my memory though. So
no, that's fine. So when I told you that you said that, you remember that you told that to the police?
Yeah, no, I do.
Okay. And you told them it happened before 12?
Yeah.
And that Sigfredo already knew it was Wendy?
Yeah.
All right. So let's talk about someone by the name of Mr. Nobles. Who's that?
No.
Shadrick Nobles. I think he was selling you guys some stuff while you were in Tallahassee?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Shadrick Nobles, the guy who was selling you cocaine?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you guys got his phone number from the first trip, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you happened to run into him again on the second trip, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So whose phone had his phone number in it?
He put the number on my phone, but he tried to call him from his phone. He wouldn't answer, so he called him from my phone.
Okay, so any calls from your phone to Nobles is Garcia making it on your phone?
Yeah, you'll hear his voice if you got a recording.
Okay, and since he was only using a throwaway phone, there should be no phone calls between your phone and Garcia's registered phone.
I never called Garcia from my phone.
No, that wasn't my question. My question is because you say he only had a throwaway, you two weren't communicating on, I mean, you guys were always together. There would be no need for any phone calls.
I don't need no phone calls.
No phone calls, okay.
Oh, hey, finally just quieted down for a minute. Like I've had my microphone muted. You have no idea how loud. Like I can't even sit still. It is so loud, and they finally stopped running that machine.
Do you remember in your? Hold on, let me see which page that is. Your statement that you gave to the police. Hold on, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Lucy doesn't even seem bothered. She's just like chilling now.
Now, you told us, okay, that you told this to the detective. That's Wendy. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true that the detectives then showed you a picture of her? And you
ma'am.
ID'd her?
Yes, ma'am.
That sounds familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we should have a picture of Wendy Markel with Wendy Adelson with your signature on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, the next day is the murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, before the murder, did something unusual happen with the car?
Before the murder?
Before the murder.
Yeah, he shot a hole right through the car.
Who shot the hole through the car?
Garcia.
Okay, what gun was he using?
The little one.
The little one, the one that was used to kill Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
Where was the long nose?
We didn't have no long nose.
Okay.
I don't think we had one.
Now, the shooting of the car, the person who was there that can testify to that is Shadrick Nobles, right?
He don't know nothing about it. We never told him.
But he drove you to the AutoZone.
He drove Garcia to the AutoZone.
Okay, to pick up parts to repair the car and come back, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he saw you guys there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is someone from Tallahassee?
Yeah, I think he lives in Tallahassee.
All right. Now, let's also talk about this owl on Instagram. Okay? On today in trial, you testified that you had put an owl on Instagram.
Yes, ma'am.
And that Katie called Sigfredo, Catherine Manuel called Sigfredo Garcia, who then told you, take the picture down.
Yes, ma'am.
And you took the picture down.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you didn't mention this at all in your September 30th statement.
I don't remember.
Okay. You mentioned it to the detectives in your recorded statement, which is the October 4th one, right?
I don't remember.
You mentioned it, you didn't mention it at all in January, right?
I don't think so. Nobody ever asked me, so I don't remember.
But then you told us it was either Facebook or Instagram, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But since October 4th of 2016, the detective knew that you had an Instagram account, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You told him?
Yeah.
Okay. They also knew you had a Facebook account?
I ain't never put up. Somebody did a Facebook under my name. Never did it myself.
What was your Instagram name?
My name. My name.
Oh, Luis Rivera?
Yeah.
You sure about that?
But that one would have been Dado. King Dado. King Dado.
King Tasso. Okay. Now, you testified earlier that Garcia asked you to commit the murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he asked you this the day before the homicide.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So let's talk about the day of the homicide. You get up in the morning and you know that you are going to go kill Dan Markel, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No attempts made to stop anybody, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You guys get in the car, you're driving,
Mhm.
and you follow Dan Markel to the daycare and watch him drop his kids off, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You wait till he gets back in his car, and then he goes to the gym, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You sit there and you wait for him to get out,
Yes.
and then you go to his house, and you follow him to his house, right?
Yes.
And your testimony is that you pulled up behind him in the driveway, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that Sigfredo Garcia got out and shot him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true that you knew that Markel put his hand up to his face, Dan Markel?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Sigfredo Garcia was doing coke and alcohol all morning, right?
Yeah.
And you were too.
I woke up, took a shower, probably. I don't remember that.
You don't remember?
All morning? I don't remember that.
Okay. Do you remember if you consumed anything that morning?
I don't remember.
Don't remember, but you may not have because you needed to keep a clear head.
Probably.
Okay. Now, a big thing that everyone is making, or that you're making a big deal about, something you remember, is his first phone call after you guys murder Dan Markel and leave Tallahassee, right?
Yes, ma'am.
According to you, he just jumps in the car and you guys take off, right?
That's the truth.
But isn't it true you told the detectives that you drove slowly because you didn't want to bring any attention to yourself?
Yeah. He wanted me to drive fast. I was like, no,
You're gonna take it slow,
you
right?
have to, yeah.
And there's no phone calls until this first phone call that you say to Katie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is all laid out in your discovery, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in the deposition, you said that what Sigfredo said, what you heard. Well, let me get this, because I need to understand this. Did you hear Catherine McBanoa's voice, or did Garcia tell you that Katie said what she said?
I can hear her voice.
You could hear her voice. Isn't it true that in September, when you were speaking to the detectives, you first told them Garcia told you, but then you switched to, I could hear Katie myself?
I don't remember that.
I'll ask the detective. Now, she wasn't on speaker, right?
No.
Your testimony is on this flip phone that Garcia has up to his ear that you can hear Catherine's voice, right?
I don't know if he called. I can't remember if it was a flip phone on my phone, but I can hear her.
But you can hear her.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you already testified that you don't talk to her on the phone, right?
I don't.
You're not friends with her.
I know her.
You know her.
Yeah, I know her.
But you guys don't talk on the phone every day.
Well, I don't know reason to call her.
I understand, but I'm saying you
No,
don't
ma'am.
know. You don't speak to her on the phone every day, right?
No, ma'am.
She doesn't speak with an impediment, does she?
What would that mean?
Does she speak with like any type of stutter or, anything that would make her voice stand out?
No.
Does she speak with an accent?
Kate, no.
No? Okay. Now let's talk about the different things that you say that Secreto Garcia said, okay? I'm gonna go in order. In September 30th,
It's at 1.25.
you said, this is what you told the detective. He said it's done, and she said, I know.
Yes, ma'am.
That was it, okay? Then, on January 31st, in your deposition, you said that Secreto said, the shit is done. Katie said, I already know. Then Secreto said, make sure the money is there. And then Katie said, you're gonna go get your money.
Yes, ma'am. She said next day.
Okay, so then you say in the deposition, all the way in March, it changes again, right? Because now you say, he says, it's done. When do we get the money? I asked who you are calling. He said, I gotta call my baby mama. That's what you said in March.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's fair to say that you don't remember exactly what was said on the phone, right?
I mean, it's worded different, but it's the same thing.
No, but these are your words I'm talking about.
Yes,
You've
ma'am.
consistently changed what you heard.
No, I ain't changed nothing.
Okay. Now, yesterday, well, let's talk a little bit about your status in federal custody, okay? So in 2015, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You were in jail.
Yes.
Talk to me about what do they do when you're in jail to your phone calls?
They tap all your phone calls.
So all your phone calls are recorded, right?
To this day.
To this day. And so the state can get them if they want to, right?
Yeah.
They also have all of your emails, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Explain to the jury what core links is.
It's you can text. Send emails out there to the world.
Okay, so you can actually email people from federal prison,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
You can't do that in state.
No.
No.
I don't know what state. I've never been to state, so I don't know nothing about state.
You've never been to state.
Talk to me about the feds.
Okay, so the feds is where you've got your knowledge, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So, I mean, to be clear, while you're staying here in Tallahassee, you're in state custody, right?
Yeah.
You don't get to email, right?
I mean, you got tablets.
Oh, they have that now?
They have them here.
Okay, but they didn't, to your knowledge, they didn't have that back in 2014, right?
No.
Okay, and here too, all of your phone calls are recorded, right?
Every day.
Okay, and in the feds, it's if someone comes to visit you, it's a full-on contact visit, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So if a family member came to see you, you can actually sit there with them face to face and have a conversation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's not recorded.
That's not recorded.
All right. So now let's talk about when, there we go. All right, now, over the past couple of days, you've testified that there were only 2 trips in this case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true there was a third one?
I can't remember.
You can't remember, okay? Do you remember telling me in the deposition that there was a third trip that didn't involve you?
Oh, yeah, I remember telling you that, but it wasn't me.
Okay, no, but you remember telling me that
I told
knew
you he
about-
probably came up here with somebody else.
Okay,
That's what I told you.
but you told us about that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and that, I think your words were he went up there with another king.
Yeah.
But you never mentioned that in any one of your other statements, correct?
Nobody asked me but you.
I asked you if there was a third trip, or
Yeah.
you offered that information to me.
No, you asked me there was more trips.
So I'm going to refer you back to the deposition, okay, that you took with us in Arizona. State was there. You were swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Let's go to page 102. Just make sure it's
Oh, the machine stopped again. Oh.
Hold on. I have to just find the correct.
I don't know how Lucy's sleeping through this.
Sorry, bottom of 103.
103. Thank you. Okay. 103, page lines 20 to 25. This is the first trip in June question, the witness. The first trip in June, the second trip, and the third trip. Every time we went up there, we was always coked up and drinking. You said that to us, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So now let's talk about the day that you returned to Miami, which is the same day as the shooting, correct? Because you guys just leave.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you come back to Miami. Now, you are living with Jessica Rodriguez at that time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. She is the mother of Lulu, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
She had just had the baby, right?
Yes.
You weren't living with Leona Diaz, were you?
No.
Leona Diaz is the mother of one of your children, correct?
3 of my children.
3 of your children, okay. And she is the address that is the Normandy Drive address, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the one that's on your driver's license.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you come back to Miami, right? And Garcia dropped you off and kept the Prius with him.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That night, you guys all go out and drink
Yes, ma'am.
after you killed Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
The next morning, your testimony is that you went to the barber shop.
Yes, ma'am.
This barber shop is called, the King Barber Shop, right?
Reyes King, I don't know.
It's right by Biscayne Boulevard, correct?
Yeah.
On 135th Street?
139.
139. That's where the
Yes, ma'am.
it is, right? It's not on Miami Beach.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Annie lives on Miami Beach.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now your testimony is you are at the barber shop
Yes, ma'am.
when you get a phone call.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. It's Jessica calling you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, babe, Katie and Tutu are here. That's what she tells you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, on 10-4, you say that this is a conversation that you had with Jessica. Tutu's got the bag. You say, don't touch the bag. I'll be there right now. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Jessica is there with Catherine Magbano and Sigfredo Garcia in the house by herself with a package.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Okay. Now, your testimony is that Catherine Magbano called you looking for Tutu, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Can we rely on your phone records for accuracy?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Your phone records would be more accurate than your memory, right?
Yeah.
So the phone records should show Catherine calling you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Not you calling Catherine.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, where were you when you say Catherine called you?
In the barber shop.
Who called
no,
first?
I was in my house. I was leaving my house.
So you were at home, but
Yeah, I was in my house.
which home?
Jessica.
Jessica's home when Katie called you. Right?
Yeah.
When Catherine Magbano called you. And in January of 2018, you testified that she said, I got that money for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that Catherine called you and said that to you.
Yeah. She said, who's going to come get the money? Those
So
are my
that's
exact
different from
words.
what you said in January. So what is it that she said on the phone?
Who's going to come get the money?
Page 105 on January 31st of 2018. And the line number would be...
What page is it?
105. Line 16 to 18. So Katie called you? Yeah, she was like, man, I got that. I got that money. I got that money for you.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
what you said then.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now your testimony was you called King Anthony to go find Tutu.
Yes, ma'am.
And Tutu is Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you try to find him?
No,
You didn't call him?
I knew where he was at.
Where was he?
Shrimp's house,
Okay. And I don't know if I asked you this. Where's Shrimp's house again?
Miami Beach.
Miami Beach. Okay. How far is Miami Beach from Biscayne?
Like 10 minutes.
10 minutes? How is it from Jessica's house all the way to Normandy?
It's 10 minutes. There's only one bridge.
There's one bridge. Okay. So your testimony today is that it takes 10 minutes.
It takes like 10, 15 minutes the most. That's it.
Okay. How much time does it?
Stopping point, this plus the jury's probably about 4 minutes.
Your Honor, we can take a break now.
I mean, to interrupt. but this is
No, it's
stopping
totally
point.
fine because there's still a little bit more. It's not a little. So I
All right.
thought we can take the break
Leave
now.
your notes where you are, have a lunch break, see you at 1 o'clock, all right? Let's stay in session.
Okay, I have to get this out real quick while I've got the machine off. So we're going to end here today. It is so loud here, I cannot even think straight. I am going to go for a walk on the beach with Lucy. I'm like, it's so loud. It's giving me anxiety. So I am going to take Lucy for a walk so I can get away from this insane noise. I don't know how she's like laying down through this. It blows my mind. So I'm going to end here for today. We'll do another one tomorrow where we finish like the last little part of his, and then we'll listen to Catherine's part. But I can't. I'm like about to have a panic attack with how loud it is right here. So that's it for today. I appreciate y'all hanging out. My mind is so scattered from all of this noise that I can't even form sentences. So, but I appreciate y'all hanging out. I will And I'll post this chart. It's starting back up again. I'm starting to hear it now. I'll post the chart of who's who on Twitter and then on YouTube and in the Facebook group as well. So so I'm gonna go before it starts again because I've got to get out of here. All right. I love y'all. See you tomorrow.